15 rats each. To come off at Jemmy Massey's. King's Head. Compton St. Soho. On Tuesday, May 20th, 1851. To be killed in a large wire pit. A chalk circle to be drawn in the center for the second dot. Any man touching dog or rats, or acting in any way unfair his dog will be disqualified. To go to scale at 7:30, killing to commence at 8:30 precisely. A dealer in live animals told me that there were several men who brought a few dozens of rats, or even a single dozen, from the country. Men who were not professionally rat catchers, but worked in gardens, or on farms, and at their leisure caught rats. Even some of the London professional rat catchers work sometimes as country labourers, and their business is far greater, in merely rat catching or killing, in the country than in town. From the best information I could command, there are not fewer than 2,000 rats killed, for sport, in London weekly, or 104,000 a year, including private and public sport, for private sport in this pursuit goes on uninterruptedly. The public delectation therein is but periodical. This calculation is of course exclusive of the number of rats killed by the profession, on the premises, when these men are employed to clear the premises of vermin. There are, I am told, 100 rat catchers resorting, at intervals, to London, but only a fourth of that number can be estimated as carrying on their labours regularly in town, and their average earnings, I am assured, do not exceed 15s a week. Being 975l. A year for London merely. These men have about them much of the affected mystery of men who are engaged on the turf. They have their secrets, make or pretend to make their books, on rat fights and other sporting events. Are not averse to drinking, and lead in general irregular lives. They are usually on intimate terms with the street dog sellers, who are much of the same class. Many of the rat catchers have been brought up in stables, and there is little education among them. When in London, they are chiefly to be found in Whitechapel, Westminster, and Kent Street, Borough, the more established having their own rooms. The others living in the low lodging houses. None of them remain in London the entire year. These men also sell rat poison, baked flour or oatmeal sometimes, in cakes, arsenic being the ingredient. The charge is from 2d to 1s. According to the circumstances of the customer. In like manner the charge for clearing a house of vermin varies from 2s to 1l, a very frequent charge is 2s. 6d. Of the street sellers of rhubarb and spice. From the street seller whose portrait has already been given I received the following history. He appeared to be a very truthful and kindly disposed old man. I am one native of Mogador in Morocco. I am an Arab. I left my country when I was 16 or 18 years of age. I forget, sir. I don't know which, about 18, I think it was. My fader was like market man, make the people pay the toll, he rent the whole market, you see, from the government, and make the people pay so much for their stands. I can't tell you what they call them dear. I couldn't recollect what my fader pay for the market, but I know some of the people pay him a penny, some a halfpenny, for the stands. Dear everything sheep, not what they are here in England. They may stop all day for the toll or go when the market is over. My fader was not very rich, not very poor, he keep a family. We have bread, meat, chicken, apples, grapes, all the good things to eat, not like here, 'tis the cheapest country in the world. My fader have 2 wives, not at once you know, he buried the first and Mary Anoder. I was by second wife. He have 7 children by her, 4 sons and 3 daughters. By the first I think dear was 5, 2 sons and 3 daughters. Bless you, by the time I was born dear was great many of them married and away in the world. I don't know where they are now. Only one broder I got live for what I know, whether the others are dead or where they are I can't tell. The one broder I speak of is in Algiers now, he is dealer dear. What led me to come away, you say? Like good many I was young and foolish. Like all the rest of young people, I like to see foreign countries, but you see in my country the government don't like the people to come away, not without you pay so much, so Gibraltar was the only port I could go to. It was only 120 miles across the water, close to us. You see you go to Gibraltar like smuggling, you smuggle yourself, you talk with the captain and he do it for you. The street rhubarb and spice seller. From a daguerreotype by Beard. My fader been dead years and years before I come away, I suppose I was about 10-year-old when he die. I had been at school till time I was grown up, and after that I was shoemaker. I make the slippers. Oh yes. My motor was alive then, she was dead when I was here in England. I get about 1 penny a pair for the slippers in my country, penny dear as good as shilling here a'most. I could make 3, 4, 5 pair in one day. I could live on my gains den better than what I could do here with 12 times as much, that time I could. I don't know what it is now. Yes, my motor give me leave to go where I like. She never see me since, sighing. Oh yes, I love her very much. I am old man now, but I never forgot her yet. Here the old man burst into tears and buried his face in his handkerchief for several minutes. No, no. She don't know when I come away dat she never see me again, nor me neither. I tell I go Gibraltar, and den I tell her I go to Lisbon to see my broder, who was spirit merchant dear. I didn't say nothing not at all about coming back to her, but I thought I should come back soon. If I had thought I never see no more, not all the gold in the world take me from her. She was good motor to me. I was the youngest but one. My broders kept my motor, you see. Where I came from it is not like here, if only one in the family well off, the others never want for noting. In my country, you see, the law is you must maintain your fader and motor before you maintain your own family. You must keep them in the house. Here he repeated the law in Hebrew. The people were Mohammedans in Mogador, but we were Jews, just like here, you see. The first thing the Jews teach the children is their duty to their faders and their motors. And they love one another more than the gold. But they love the gold more than most people, for you see gold is more to them. In my country the government treat the Jews very badly, so the money all the Jews have to help them. Often the government in my country take all their money from the Jews, and kill them after, so the Jews all keep their money in secret places, put the gold in jars and dig them in the ground. And the men worths hundreds go about with no better clothes than mine. Well, you see I leave my poor motor, we kissed one another, and cry for half an hour, and come away to Gibraltar. When I get dear, my broder come away from Lisbon to Gibraltar. That time it was war time, and the French was coming to Lisbon, so everybody run. When I come away from Mogador, I have about $100, some my motor give me, and some I had save. When I got to Gibraltar, I begin to have a little stand in the street with silk handkerchiefs, cotton handkerchiefs, shop goods you know. I do very well with that, so after I get license to hawk the town, and after that I keep shop. Altogether, I stop in Gibraltar about 6 year. I had then about $500 or $600. I live very well all the time my dear. I was with my broder all the time. After I am 6 year in Gibraltar, I begin to think I do better in England. I think, like good many people, if I go to another part that is richer, T is the richest country in the world, I do better still. So I start off, and get I here I think in 1811, when the 3-shilling pieces first come out. I have about £130 at that time. I stop in London a good bit, and eat my money, it was most done before I start to look for my living. I try to look what I could do, but I was quite stranger you see. I am about 14 or 15 months before I begin to do anything. I go to the playhouse, I see never such things as I see here before I come. When I come here, I think I am in heaven altogether, God Almighty forgive me, such sops, shops, and such beautiful things. I live in Mary Axe parish when I first come, same parish where I live now. Well, you see some of my countrymen den getting good living by selling the rhubarb and spices in the street. I get to know dem all, and dat time you see was the good time, money was plenty, like the dirt here. Dat time dear was about 6 or 7 Arabians in the street selling rhubarb and spices, 5 of them was from Mogador, and 2 from not far off, and dear is about 5 more going through the country. They all sell the same things, merely rhubarb and spice, dat time, before den was good for 10 things, after dat they get the silks and things beside. I can't tell what first make dem sell the rhubarb and the spice. But I think it is because people like to buy the Turkey rhubarb of the men in the turbans. When I was little child, I hear talk in Mogador of the people of my country sell the rhubarb in the streets of London, and make plenty money by it. Dear was one very old Arabian in the streets when I first come, they call him Soul, he been 40 year at the same business. He wear the long beard and Turkish dress. He used to stand by Bauschirsch, Sheepside. Everybody in the street know him. He was the old established one. He been dead now, let me see, how long he been dead, oh, this 6 or 7 and 20 year. He die in Gibraltar very poor and very old, most 90 year of age. All the rhubarb sellers was Jews. Dear was Anoder called Ben Aforiat, and 2 broders, and Anoder, his name was Azuli. One of Aforiat's broders used to stand in St. Paul's churchyard. He was very well know, all the odors hawk about the town like I do myself. Now they all gone dead, and dear only 4 of us now in England, they all in London, and none in the country. 2 of us live in Mary Axe, Anoder live in, what they call dat, Spitalfield, and the odor in Petticoat Lane. The one what live in Spitalfield is old man, I dare say going for 70. The one in Petticoat Lane not much above 30. I am little better than 73, and the odor what live in Mary Axe about 40. I been the longest of all in the streets, about 38 or 39 year. All dat was here when I first come, die in London, except that old man's soul what I was telling you of, dat die in Gibraltar. About 13 or 14 die since I come to England, some die in the hospital of the Jews at Mile End, some die at home, not one of dem die worth no money. 6 of dem was very old people, between 60 and 70, dear was some 30, some 40. Some of dem die by inches. Dear was one fine fellow, he was 6 foot 2, and strong man, he take to his bed and fall away so, at last you see through his hand, he was noting but the carcass, odors die of what you call the yellow jaundice. Some have the fever, but their time was come, the death we must be. When I first come to this country me make plenty of money by selling the rhubarb in the street. 5 and 20 year ago I make £1 a day sometime. Take 1 week with another, I dare say I clear, after I pay all the cost of my living, 30 shillings, and now, God help me, I don't make not 12 shilling a week, and all my food to pay out of dat. 1 week with Anoder, when I go out I clear about 12 shilling. Everything is so cheap now, and dear is so many shops, people has no money to buy things with. I could do better when everything was dear. I could live better, get more money, and have more for it. I have better food, better lodging, and better clothes. I don't know what is the cause, as you say. I only know dat I am worse, and everybody is worse, dat is all I know. Bread is cheaper, but when it was 1 and 9 the loaf I could get plenty to buy it with, but now it is 5 pence, I can't no 5 pence to have it. If the cow is the penny in the market what is the use of dat, if you can't get no penny to buy him? After I been selling my rhubarb for 2 years, when I first come here, I save about £150, and then you see I agree with 3 odor of my countrymen to take a shop, in Exeter. The odor 3 was rhubarb sellers, like myself, and have saved good bit of money as well. One have £700, but he have brought 3 or £400 with him to this country. An odor of the 3 have about 200, and the odor about 100, they have all saved their money out of the rhubarb. We keep our shop, you see, about 5 year, and then we fall in pieces altogether. We take and trust, and lose all our money. Todders never keep a sop before, and not one of us was English scholar, we was forced to keep a man, and that way we lose all our money, so we was forced to part, and every one go look for hisself. Then we all go selling rhubarb again about the country, and in London, and I never able to hold up my head since. When I come back to the rhubarb times is getting bad, and I not able to save no more money. All I am worth in the world is all I got in my box, and that altogether is not more than 10 shilling. Last week I haven't a pound of meat in the house, and I am obliged to pawn my waistcoat and handkerchief to get me some stock. It easy to put them in, but very hard to get them out. I had 2 wives. After 2 or 3 year when I marry my first. I had 2 children by my first, but both of them die very young, one was about 5-year-old and the other about 3. When I travel the country, my first wife she go with me everywhere. I been to all parts, to Scotland, to Wales, but not Ireland. I see enough of them Irish in this country, I do no want no more of them dear. Not one of my country I think ever been to Ireland, and only one beside myself been to Scotland, but that no use, the Scotch don't know what the spice is. All the time I am in Scotland I can't get no bread, only barley and pea meal, and that as sour as the vinegar, and I can't get no flour to make none too, so I begin to say, by God I come to wrong country here. When I go across the country of England I never live in no lodging houses, always in the public, because you see I do business dear, the missus perhaps dear buy my spices of me. I lodge once in Taunton, at a house where a woman keep a lodging house for the Jewish people what go about with the gold things, the jewelry. At other towns I stop at the public, for dear is the company, and I sell my things. I buy my rhubarb and my spice of the large warehouse for the drugs, sometime I buy it of my countrymen. We all of us know the good spice from the bad. You look. I will show you how to tell the good nutmeg from the bad. Here is some in the shell, you see, I put the strong pin in one and the oil run out, that is because they has not been put in the spirit to take away the oil for to make the extract. Now, in the bad nutmeg all the oil been took out by the spirit, and then there is no flavor, like those you buy in the cheap shops. I sell the rhubarb, East Indy and Turkey, the cloves, cinnamons, mace, cayenne pepper, white pepper, a little of all sorts when I get the money to buy it with. I take my solemn oath I never sheet in scales nor weight. Because the law is, take weight and give weight, that is judge and justice. Dear is no luck in the sort weight, no luck at all. Never in my life I put no tings with my goods. I tell you the truth, I grind my white pepper with my own hands, but I buy me ginger ground, and that is mixed I know. I think it is pea flour they put with it, dear is no smell in that, but it is the same color, 2 ounces of ginger will give the smell to 1 pound of pea flour. The public houses will have the sheep ginger and that I buy. I tell you the truth. How am I tell what will become of me? That is the Almighty's work, here he pointed to heaven. The Jews is very good to their old people. If it was not for my old woman I'd be like a gentleman now in the hospital at Mile End. But you see, I married a Christian woman, and that is against our people, and I would never leave her, no not for all the good in the world to come to myself. If I am poor, I not the only one. In the holiday times I send a petition, and perhaps dear is 5 shillings for me from the hospital. In the Jews' hospital dear is only 10, what you call the Portuguese Jews. We have hospital to our own selves. Dear the old people, they are all above 60, are all like noblemen, with good clothes, plenty to eat, go where you like, and pipe of tobacco when you want. But I won't go in no hospital away from my old woman. I will get a bit of crust for her as long as I can stand, but I can hardly do that now. Every one got his feeling, and I will feel for her as long as I live. When dear is the weather I have the rheumatis, oh. Very bad, sometime I can scarcely stand or walk. I am 73, and it is a sad time for me now. I am merry sometime though. Everything with the pocket. When the pocket is merry, then I am merry too. Sometime I go home with 1 shilling, and then I think all gets worse and worse, and what will become of me I say, but that is the Almighty's work, and I trust in Him. Can I trust any better one? Sometime I say I wish I was back in my country, and I think of my poor motor what is dead now, and then I am very sad. Oh yes, bless your heart, very sad indeed. The old man appears to sell excellent articles, and to be a very truthful, fair-dealing man. Of the hawking of tea. Persons hawking tea without a license, see Chitty's edition of Burns' Justice, Volume 2. p. 1113, are liable to a penalty, under 50 Go 3, cap. 41, and, even though they had a license, they would be liable to a penalty for selling tea in an unentered place. The penalty under this act is 10 L. But the prohibition in question has long been commonly, if not very directly, evaded. The hawking of tea in London cannot be considered as immediately a street trade, but it is in some respects blended with street callings and street traffic, so that a brief account is necessary. I will first give a short history of what is, or was, more intimately a portion of the street trade. Until about 8 or 10 years ago, tea was extensively hawked, from house to house almost, on tally. The tally system is, that wherein weekly payments are taken in liquidation of the cost of the article purchased, and the trade is one embodying much of evil and much of trickery. At the present time the tallymen are very numerous in London, and in the tally trade there are now not less than 1,000 hawkers of, or travellers in, tea, but they carry on their business principally in the suburbs. When I come to treat of the class whom I have called distributors, I shall devote an especial inquiry to the tally trade, including, of course, the tea trade. Mr. McCulloch mentions that a Scotchman's tallywalk, and the majority of the tallymen are Scotchmen, is worth 15% more than an Englishman's. The branch of the tea trade closely connected with the street business is that in tea leaves. The exhausted leaves of the teapot are purchased of servants or of poor women, and they are made into new tea. One gentleman, to whose information, and to the care he took to test the accuracy of his every statement, I am bound to express my acknowledgments, told me that it would be fair to reckon that in London 1,500 pounds of tea leaves were weekly converted into new tea, or 78,000 pounds, in the year. One house is known to be very extensively and profitably concerned in this trade, or rather manufacture. And on my asking the gentleman who gave me the information if the house in question, he told me the name, was accounted respectable by their fellow citizens, the answer was at once, highly respectable. The old tea leaves, to be converted into new, are placed by the manufacturers on hot plates, and are re-dried and re-dyed. To give the green hue, a preparation of copper is used. For the black, no dye is necessary in the generality of cases. This tea manufacture is sold to cheap or slop shopkeepers, both in town and country, and especially for hawking in the country, and is almost always sold ready mixed. The admixture of sloe leaves, and which used to be gathered for the adulteration of tea, is now unknown, and has been unknown since tea became cheaper, but the old tea leaf trade, I am assured, carried on so quietly and cleverly, that the most vigilant excise officers are completely in the dark. A smaller tea maker was, however, fined for tea leaf conversion last year. Into this curious question, concerning the purposes for which the old tea leaves are now purchased by parties in the street, I shall enter searchingly when I treat of the street buyers. The information I have already received is of great curiosity and importance, nor shall I suppress the names of those dishonest traders who purchase the old dried tea leaves, as a means of cheating their customers. Into the statistics of this strange trade I will not now enter, but I am informed that great quantities of tea leaves are sent from the country to London. Perhaps of the 1,500 pounds weekly manufactured, 3/4 may be collected in the metropolis. I may here add, that the great bulk of the tea now hawked throughout the metropolis is supplied from the handsome cars, or vans, of well-known grocers and tea dealers. Of these, it was computed for me, there are, on no day, fewer than 100 in the streets of London, and of its contiguous and its more remote suburbs, such as Woolwich and even Barnet. One tradesman has 6 such cars. The tea is put up in bags of 7, 14, and 21 pounds, duly apportioned in quarter, half, and whole pounds, a quarter of a pound being the smallest quantity vended in this manner. The van and its contents are then entrusted to a driver, who has his regular round, and very often his regular customers. The customers purchase the tea from their faith in the respectability of the firm, generally well known through extensive advertising. The teas are supplied by the house which is pronounced to supply them. For the tradesman is the capitalist in the matter, his carman is the laborer, and the house is responsible for the quality of the article. When a new connection has to be formed, or an old connection to be extended, circulars, bona fide, are sent round, and the carman afterwards calls, and, in some genteel streets, I was told, calls, oft enough, at every house, and in many districts, at every decent-looking house in every street. So far, then, even this part of the traffic may be considered one of the streets. The remuneration of the street traveller in, or hawker of, tea, is usually 1d. Per pound on the lower-priced kinds, 2d. On the higher, but more often 1d. And, very rarely indeed, 3d. On the highest. The trade is one peculiar to great cities, and most peculiar, I am assured, to London, for the tradesman does not know so much as the name of his customer. Nor, perhaps, does the carman, but merely as, number such an one. The supply is for ready money, or, if credit be given, it is at the risk of the carman, who has a weekly wage in addition to his perquisites. Every evening, when the vehicle is driven back to the premises of its owner, stock is taken, and the money taken by the carman, minus what may be called the poundage, is paid over to the proper party. A man who had driven, or, as he called it, managed, one of these vans, told me that he made this way, 2s. To 2s. 6d, a day, but, he added, if you make a good thing of it that way, you have all the less salary. These carmen are men of good character and good address, and were described to me, by a gentleman familiar with the trade, as, of the very best class of porters. As this vehicular itinerant business has now become an integral part of the general tea trade, I need not further dwell upon it, but reserve it until I come to treat of the shopmen of grocers and tea dealers, and thence of the tea trade in general. I may add, however, that the tea thus hawked is, as regards, perhaps, 3/4 of the quantity sold, known as mixed, and sold at 4s. Per pound, costing, at a tea broker's, from 2s. 11d to 3s. 3d. It is announced, as to its staple or entire compound, to be kongu, but is in reality a tea known as pao chong. Some old ladies are still anxious, I was told, for a cup of good strong bohea. And though bohea has been unknown to the tea trade since the expiration of the East India Company's charter in 1834, the accommodating street traveller will undertake to supply the genuine leaf to which the old lady had been so long accustomed. The green teas thus sold, and they are not above a 50th part of the other, are common twankes and common young hysons, neither of them, I can state on excellent authority, accounted in the trade to be true teas, but, as in the case of some other green tea, Canton made. The green is sold from the vans generally at 4s. 6d, sometimes, but rarely, as high as 5s. 6d what is sold at 4s. 6d may cost, on the average, 3s. 5d. I may add, also, that when a good article is supplied, such profits in the tea trade are not accounted at all excessive. But the more usual mode of tea hawking is by itinerant dealers who have a less direct connection with the shop whereat they purchase their goods. To this mode of obtaining a livelihood, the hawkers are invited by all the persuasive powers of advertising eloquence, to persons in want of a genteel and lucrative employment, to gentlemen of good address and business habits, and the genteel and lucrative employment is to hawk tea under the auspices of this company or the other. The nature of this business, and of the street tea trade generally, is shown in the following statement. About 12 years ago I came to London in expectation of a situation as tide waiter. I did not succeed, however, and not being able to obtain any other employment, and trusting to the promises of gentleman M.P.S. for too long a time, my means were exhausted, and I was at length induced to embark in the tea business. To this I was persuaded by a few friends who advanced me some money, considering that it would suit me well, while my friends would endeavor to get me a connection, that is, procure me customers. I accordingly went to a well-known tea company in the city, a firm bearing a great name. Their advertisements put forth extraordinary statements, of so many persons realizing independencies from selling their teas, and in very short spaces of time. I was quite pleased at the prospect presented to me in such glowing terms, and, depending not a little on my own industry and perseverance, I embraced the opportunity and introduced myself forthwith to the company. They advised me in the first place to take out a license for selling teas, to secure me against any risk of fines or forfeitures. The cost of a license, after payment of 2s.11 preliminary expenses, is 11s. per annum, to be paid quarterly, as it becomes due, and it is paid by the company for their agents. The license is granted for the place of abode of the traveler, and strictly prohibits him from hawking or exposing his wares for sale at places other than at such place of abode, but he may of course supply his customers where he will, and serve them at their places of abode respectively. Everything thus prepared, I commenced operations, but soon found that this tea dealing was not so advantageous as I had anticipated. I found that the commission allowed by the company on cheap teas was very low. For those generally used by the working people, 4s. tea, for instance, or that at 4s. per pound, I had to pay to the company 3s. 6d. per pound, thus allowing the traveling dealer or agent for commission only 6d. in the pound, or 1/2d. per quarter. Now 80 or 100 customers is considered a fair connection for a dealer, and allowing each customer to take a quarter of a pound at an average, 80 good customers at that rate would bring him 10s, or 100 customers 12s. 6d. clear profit weekly. But many customers do not require so much as a quarter of a pound weekly, while others require more, so that I find it rather awkward to subdivide it in portions to suit each customer. As the smallest quantity made at the warehouse is a quarter of a pound, and every quarter is done up in a labeled wrapper, with the price marked on it, so that to break or disturb the package in any way might cause some customers to suspect that it had been meddled with unfairly. Another disadvantage was in dealing with the tea company. No sugars are supplied by them, which makes it more inconvenient for the traveling dealer, as his customers find it difficult to get sugars, most retail grocers having an objection to sell sugars to any but those who are purchasers of teas as well. However, I was not confined to deal with this company, and so I tried other places, and found a city house, whose terms were preferable. Here I could get tea for 3s. 3d, as good as that for which the company charged 3s. 6d. Besides getting it done up to order in plain paper, and in quantities to suit every variety of customer. There were also sugars, which must be had to accommodate the customers, at whatever trouble or inconvenience to the traveler. For it is very lumbersome to carry about, and leave scarcely any profit at all. The trade is anything but agreeable, and the customers are often exacting. They seem to fancy, however cheaply and well they may be supplied, that the tea seller is under obligations to them, that their custom will be the making of him, and, therefore, they expect some compliment in return. The consequence is, that very often, unless he be willing to be accounted a shabby man, the tea dealer is obliged, of a Saturday night, to treat his customers, to ensure a continuance of their custom. Other customers take care to be absent at the time he calls. Those who are anxious to run up bills, perhaps, keep out of the way purposely for 2 or more successive nights of the dealer's calling, who, notwithstanding, cannot very well avoid serving such customers. This is another evil, and if the tea man's capital be not sufficient to enable him to carry on the business in this manner, giving credit, for it is unavoidable, he is very soon insolvent, and compelled to give up the business. I had to give it up at last, after having carried it on for 4 years, leaving 8L. Or 9L. Due to me, in small sums, varying from 1s to 10s, 1 shilling of which I never expect to be paid. I could not have continued it so long, for my means would not allow me to give credit, but getting partial employment at the last mentioned house, where I dealt, enabled me to do so. When, however, I got permanently employed, I grew tired of tea dealing, and gave it up. In my opinion, the business would best suit persons casually employed, such as dockmen and others, who might have leisure to go about. Those also who get other commissions and hawk about other commodities, such as soft wares, might do very well by it. Otherwise, in most cases, tea is only resorted to as a makeshift where no other employment can be obtained. I do not know how many persons are in the trade. I have, however, heard it asserted, that there were between 40,000 and 50,000 persons in London engaged in the business, who are, with but few exceptions, Scotchmen. They, of all others, manage to do the best in this line. A man, to undertake the tea business, requires a double capital, because in the first place, he has to purchase the tea, then he must give credit, and be able to support himself till such time as he can get in his money. Some of the tea dealers manage to eke out their profits by mixing tea leaves, which have been used, with the genuine commodity. They spread the old tea leaves on tins which they have for the purpose, and, by exposing them either to the action of the air or the heat of the fire, the leaves crisp up as they had been before they were used, and are not distinguishable from the rest. I never vended such an article, and that may be one reason why I could not succeed in the business. I believe the career thus detailed is a common one among the hawkers of tea, or rather the travellers, in the tea trade. Many sell it on tally. Of the women street sellers. As the volume is now fast drawing to a close, and a specific account has been furnished of almost every description of street seller, with the exception of those who are the makers of the articles they vend, I purpose giving a more full and general history and classification than I have yet done of the feminine portion of the traders in the streets. The women engaged in street sale are of all ages and of nearly all classes. They are, however, chiefly of 2 countries, England and Ireland. There are, comparatively, a few Jewesses, and a very few Scotch women and Welsh women who are street traders. And they are so, as it were, accidentally, from their connection, by marriage or otherwise, with male street sellers. Of foreigners there are German broom women, and a few Italians with musical instruments. The first broad and distinctive view of the female street sellers, is regarding them nationally, that is to say, either English or Irish women, 2 classes separated by definite characteristics from each other. The Irish women, to avoid burthening the reader with an excess of subdivisions, I shall speak of generally. That is to say, as one homogeneous class, referring those who require a more specific account to the description before given of the street sellers. The English women selling in the streets appear to admit of being arranged into 4 distinct groups, viz. 1. The wives of street sellers. 2. Mechanics or laborers' wives, who go out street selling, while their husbands are at work, as a means of helping out the family income. 3. Widows of former street sellers. 4. Single women. I do not know of any street trade carried on exclusively by women. The sales in which they are principally concerned are in fish, including shrimps and oysters, fruit and vegetables, widows selling on their own account, fire screens and ornaments, laces, millinery. Artificial flowers, but not in any great majority over the male traders, cut flowers, boot and stay laces and small wares, wash leathers, towels, burnt linen, combs, bonnets, pincushions, tea and coffee, rice milk, curds and whey. Sheep's trotters, and dressed and undressed dolls. What may be called the heavier trades, those necessitating the carrying of heavy weights, or the pushing of heavily laden barrows, are in the hands of men. And so are, even more exclusively, what may be classed as the more skilled trades of the streets, viz. The sale of stationery, of books, of the most popular eatables and drinkables, the coffee stalls excepted, and in every branch dependent upon the use of patter. In such callings as root selling, crock bartering, table cover selling, mats, game, and poultry, the wife is the helpmate of her husband. If she trades separately in these things, it is because there is a full stock to dispose of, which requires the exertions of two persons, perhaps with some hired help just for the occasion. The difference in the street traffic, as carried on by English women and Irish women, is marked enough. The Irish woman's avocations are the least skilled, and the least remunerative, but as regards mere toil, such as the carrying of a heavy burthen, are by far the most laborious. An Irish woman, though not reared to the streets, will carry heavy baskets of oranges or apples, principally when those fruits are cheap, along the streets, while her English co-trader, if not a costermonger, may be vending laces, millinery, artificial flowers, or other commodities of a light, and in some degree of street estimation a genteel trade. Some of the less laborious callings, however, such as that in wash leathers, are principally in the hands of young and middle-aged Irish women, while that in sheep trotters, which does not entail heavy labor, are in the hands mostly of elderly Irish women. The sale of such things as lucifer matches and watercresses, and any stock of general use, and attainable for a few pence, is resorted to by the very poor of every class. The Irish woman more readily unites begging with selling than the English woman, and is far more fluent and even eloquent. Perhaps she pays less regard to truth, but she unquestionably pays a greater regard to chastity. When the uneducated Irish woman, however, has fallen into licentious ways, she is, as I once heard it expressed, the most savagely wicked of any. After these broad distinctions I proceed to details. 1. From the best information at my command it may be affirmed that about one-half of the women employed in the diverse trades of the streets are the wives or concubines, permanently or temporarily, of the men who pursue a similar mode of livelihood, the male street sellers. I may here observe that I was informed by an experienced police officer, who judged from his personal observation, without any official or even systematic investigation, that the women of the town, who survived their youth or their middle age, did not resort to the sale of any commodity in the streets, but sought the shelter of the workhouse, or died, he could not tell where or under what circumstances. Of the verity of this statement I have no doubt, as a street sale entails some degree of industry or of exertion, for which the life of those wretched women may have altogether unfitted them. In the course of the narratives and statements I have given, it is shown that some wives pursue one, itinerant or stationary, calling, while the husband pursues another. The trades in which the husband and wife, and I may here remark that when I speak of wives, I include all, so regarded in street life, whether legally united or not, the trades in which the woman is, more than in any others, literally the helpmate of the man, are the costermongers, including the flour, or root, sellers, and the crockeryware people. To the costermonger some help is often indispensable, and that of a wife is the cheapest and the most honest, to say nothing of the considerations connected with a home, which can be obtained. Among the more prosperous costermongers too, especially those who deal in fish, the wife attends to the stall while the husband goes around, and thus a greater extent of business is transacted. In the root and crockery trades the woman's assistance is necessary when barter takes place instead of sale, as the husband may be ignorant of the value of the old female attire which even high-hip ladies, as they were described to me, love to exchange for a fuchsia or a geranium, for a glass cream jug or a china ornament. Of the married women engaged in any street trade, I believe 19/20ths are the wives of men also pursuing some street avocation. 2. There are, however, large classes of female street sellers who may be looked upon as exceptions, the wife selling in the streets while the husband is engaged in some manual labor, but they are only partially exceptions. In the sale of wash leathers, for instance, are the wives of many Irish bricklayers' labourers. The woman may be constantly occupied in disposing of her wares in the streets or suburbs, and the man labouring at any building. But in case of the deprivation of work, such a man will at once become a street seller, and in the winter many burly Irish labourers sell a few nuts or baked toddies, or a few pairs of braces, or some article which seems little suitable for the employment of men of thews and muscle. In the course of my present inquiry I have, in only very rare instances, met with a poor Irishman, who had not a reason always at his tongue's end to justify anything he was doing. Ask a bricklayer's labourer why, in his youth and strength, he is selling nuts, and he will at once reply, "Sure thin, your honour, isn't it better than doin' nothing? I must try and make a penny, till I'm in work again, and glory be to God, I hope that'll be soon." An experienced man, who knows all the street folk trading in Whitechapel and its neighbourhood, and about Spitalfields, told me that he could count up 100 married women, in different branches of open-air commerce. And of them only 2 had husbands who worked regularly indoors. The husband of one woman works for a slop tailor, the other is a bobbin turner. The tailor's wife sells watercresses every morning and afternoon, the turner's wife is a small ware woman. The tailor, however, told my informant that his eyesight was failing him, that his earnings became less and less, that he was treated like dirt, and would go into some street trade himself before long. When the man and his wife are both in the street trade, it is the case in 3 instances out of 4, excluding of course the costermongers, root sellers, and crockman's pursuits, that the couple carry on different callings. The street comb seller. From a daguerreotype by Beard. In the full and specific accounts I gave of the largest body of street sellers, viz. the costermongers, I showed that concubinage among persons of all ages was the rule, and marriage the exception. It was computed that, taking the mass of costermongers, only 1 couple in 20, living together, were married, except in Clerkenwell, where the costers are very numerous. And where the respected incumbent at certain seasons marries poor persons gratuitously. There 1 couple in 10 were really man and wife. Of the other classes of women street sellers, directly the reverse is the case, of those living as man and wife, 1 couple in 20 may be unmarried. An intelligent informant thought this average too high, and that it was more probably 1 in 16. But I incline to the opinion of 1 in 20, considering how many of the street traders have seen better days, and were married before they apprehended being driven to a street career. In this enumeration I include only street traders. Among such people as ballad singers, concubinage, though its wrongfulness is far better understood than among ignorant costermongers, is practiced even more fully. And there is often among such classes even worse than concubinage, a dependence, more or less, on the wages of a woman's prostitution, and often a savage punishment to the wretched woman, if those wages of sin are scant or wanting. 3. The widows in the street trades are very generally the widows of street sellers. I believe that very few of the widows of mechanics, when left unprovided for on their husband's demise, resort to street traffic. If they have been needlewomen before marriage, they again seek for employment at needlework. If they have been servants, they become charwomen, or washerwomen, or again endeavor to obtain a livelihood in domestic service. There are some to whom those resources are but starvation, or a step from starvation, or whom they fail entirely, and then they must try the streets, as they will describe it. If they are young and reckless, they become prostitutes. If in more advanced years, or with good principles, they turn street sellers, but this is only when destitution presses sharply. 4. The single women in the street callings are generally the daughters of street sellers, but their number is not a 20th of the others, excepting they are the daughters of Irish parents. The costermongers' daughters either help their parents, with whom they reside, or carry on some similar trade. Or they soon form connections with the other sex, and easily sever the parental tie, which very probably has been far too lax or far too severe. I made many inquiries, but I did not hear of any unmarried young woman, not connected with street folk by birth or rearing, such as a servant maid, endeavoring to support herself when out of work or place by a street avocation. Such a person will starve on slop millinery or slop shirt making, or will, as much or more from desperation than from viciousness, go upon the town. With the Irish girls the case is different. Brought up to a street life, used to wine and blarney, they grow up to womanhood in street selling, and as they rarely form impure connections, and as no one may be induced to offer them marriage, their life is often one of street celibacy. A young Irish woman, to whom I was referred in the course of my inquiry among fruit sellers, had come to London in the hopes of meeting her brother, with whom she was to emigrate. But she could learn nothing of him, and, concluding that he was dead, became an apple seller. She sat, when I saw her, on cold wintry days, at the corner of a street in the Commercial Road, seemingly as much dead as alive, and slept with an aunt, also a single woman, who was somewhat similarly circumstanced. And thus these two women lived on about 6d. a day each. Their joint bed was once a week, and they contrived to subsist on what remained when this shilling was paid. The niece referred me, not without a sense of pride, to her priest, as to her observance of her religious duties, and declared that where she lodged there were none but women lodgers, and those chiefly her own countrywomen. I believe such cases are not uncommon. A few, who have had the education of ladies, as in the case of an envelope seller whose statement I gave, are driven to street trading, but it is as a desperate grasp at something to supply less bitter bread, however little of it then is supplied in the workhouse. I have many a time heard poor women say, God knows, sir, should live far better, and be better lodged and better cared for in the house, they seldom call it workhouse, but I'd rather live on 2d. a day. Into the question of out and indoor relief I need not now enter, but the prevalent feeling I have indicated is one highly honorable to the English poor. I have heard it stated that the utter repugnance to a workhouse existence was weaker than it used to be among the poor, but I have not met with anything to uphold such an opinion. Such constitute the several classes of women street sellers. I shall now proceed to speak of the habits and characters of this peculiar portion of the street folk. As regards the religion of the women in street trades, it is not difficult to describe it. The Irish women are Roman Catholics. Perhaps I am justified in stating that they are all of that faith. The truth of this assertion is proved, moreover, to as full a demonstration as it very well can be proved without actual enumeration, by the fact that the great majority of the Irish women in the streets are from the Catholic provinces of Connaught, Leinster, and Munster. There are very few from Ulster, and not 1/20th of the whole from any one of the other provinces. Perhaps, again, it is not extravagant to estimate that 3/4 of the women and girls from the sister island, now selling things in the streets, have been, when in their own country, connected through their husbands or parents with the cultivation of the land. It is not so easy to speak of what the remaining 4th were before they became immigrants. Some were the wives of mechanics, who, when their husbands failing to obtain work in London became street traders, had adopted the same pursuits. I met with one intelligent man having a stall of very excellent fruit in Battlebridge, who had been a broguemaker. He had been in business on his own account in Tralee, but mended the indifferent profits of brogue-making by a little trade in dry goods. This, he told me with a cautious glance around him and in a half-whisper, though it was 28 years since he left his country, meant smuggled tobacco. He found it advisable, on account of being wanted by the revenue officers, to leave Tralee in great haste. He arrived in London, got employment as a bricklayer's labourer, and sent for his wife to join him. This she did, and from her first arrival, sold fruit in the streets. In 2 or 3 years the husband's work among the builders grew slack, and he then took to the streets. Another man, a shoemaker, who came from Dublin to obtain work in London, as he was considered a good hand, could not obtain it, but became a street seller, and his wife, previously to himself, had resorted to a street trade in fruit. He became a widower and married as his second, the daughter of an Irish carpenter who had been disappointed in emigrating from London, and whose whole family had become fruit sellers. A third man, who had worked at his trade of a tailor in Cork, Waterford, Wicklow, and Dublin, he tramped from Cork to Dublin, had come to London and been for many years a street seller in different capacities. His wife and daughter now assist him, or trade independently, in selling roots. Rather, this man said, than put up with the wages and the turatement, said very emphatically, "Oh, thim slop masters at the East Ind, I'd sell myself as a slave. The straits doesn't degrade a man like thim thieves o' the world." This man knew, personally, 10 Irish mechanics who were street sellers in London, as were their wives and families, including some 25 females. I adduce these and the following details somewhat minutely, as they tend to show by what class of Irish immigrants the streets of the imperial metropolis are stocked with so large a body of open-air traders. There is also another class of women who, I am informed on good authority, sometimes become street sellers, though I met with no instance myself. The orphan children of poor Irish parents are, on the demise of their father and mother, sometimes taken into a workhouse and placed out as domestic servants. So, as regards domestic servants, are the daughters of Irish labourers, by their friends or the charitable. As the wages of these young girls are small and sometimes nominal, the work generally hard, and in no few instances the food scanty and the treatment severe, domestic service becomes distasteful. And a street life, on a few oranges and lemons, is preferred. There is, moreover, with some of this class another cause which almost compels the young Irish girl into the adoption of some street calling. A peevish mistress, whose numerous family renders a servant necessary, but whose means are small or precarious, becomes bitterly dissatisfied with the awkwardness or stupidity of her Irish handmaiden. The girl's going, or teasing to go, every Sunday morning to Mass is annoying, and the girl is often discharged, or discharges herself, in a huff. The mistress, perhaps, with the low tyranny dear to vulgar minds, refuses her servant a character, or, in giving one, suppresses any good qualities, and exaggerates the failings of impudence, laziness, lying, and dirtiness. Thus the girl cannot obtain another situation, and perforce perhaps she becomes a street seller. The readiness with which young Irish people thus adapt themselves to all the uncertainties and hardships of a street life is less to be wondered at when we consider that the Irish live together, or at any rate associate with one another, in this country, preserving their native tastes, habits, and modes of speech. Among their tastes and habits, a dislike to a street life does not exist as it does among English girls. The poor Irish females in London are for the most part regular in their attendance at Mass, and this constant association in their chapels is one of the links which keeps the street Irish women so much distinct from the street English. In the going to and returning from the Roman Catholic chapels, there is among these people, I was told by one of the most intelligent of them, a talk of family and secular matters, of the present too high price of oranges to leave full 6d. a day at 2 a penny, and the probable time when cherries would be in and cheap, plaise God to prosper them. In these colloquies there is an absence of any interference by English street sellers, and an unity of conversation and interest peculiarly Irish. It is thus that the tie of religion, working with the other causes, keeps the Irish in the London streets knitted to their own ways, and is likely to keep them so, and, perhaps, to add to their number. It was necessary to write somewhat at length of so large a class of women who are professors of a religion, but of the others the details may be brief, for, as to the great majority, religion is almost a nonentity. For this absence of religious observances, the women street sellers make many, and sometimes, I must confess, valiant excuses. They must work on a Sunday morning, they will say, or they can't eat. Or else they tell you, they are so tired by knocking about all the week that they must rest on a Sunday. Or else they have no clothes to go to church in, and aren't going there just to be looked down upon and put in any queer place as if they had a fever, and for ladies to hold their grand dresses away from them as they walked into their grand pews. Then, again, some assert they are not used to sit still for so long a time, and so fall asleep. I have heard all these causes assigned as reasons for not attending church or chapel. A few women street sellers, however, do attend the Sunday service of the Church of England. One lay seller told me that she did so because it obliged Mrs. who was the best friend and customer she had, and who always looked from her pew in the gallery to see who were on the poor seats. A few others, perhaps about an equal number, attend dissenting places of worship of the various denominations, the Methodist chapels comprising more than a half. If I may venture upon a calculation founded on the result of my inquiries, and on the information of others who felt an interest in the matter, I should say that about 5 female street sellers attended Protestant places of worship, in the ratio of 100 attending the Roman Catholic chapels. The localities in which the female street sellers reside are those, generally, which I have often had occasion to specify as the abodes of the poor. They congregate principally, however, in the neighborhood of some street market. The many courts in Ray Street, Tinmill Street, Cow Cross, and other parts of Clerkenwell, are full of street sellers, especially costermongers, some of those costermongers being also drovers. Their places of sale are in Clerkenwell Green, Aylesbury Street, and St. John Street. Others reside in Vine Street, Late Mutton Hill, Saffron Hill, Portpool Lane, Baldwin's Gardens, and the many streets or alleys stretching from Leather Lane to Gray's Inn Lane, with a few of the better sort in Cromer Street. Their chief mart is Leather Lane, now one of the most crowded markets in London. The many who use the Brill as their place of street traffic, reside in Brill Row, in Ossulston Street, Wilstead Street, Chapel Street, and in the many small intersecting lanes and alleys connected with those streets. And in other parts of Somers Town. The saleswomen in the Cripplegate street markets, such as Whitecross Street, Fore Street, Golden Lane, and reside in Playhouse Yard, and in the thick congregation of courts and alleys, approximating to Aldersgate Street, Fore Street, Bunhill Row, Chiswell Street, Barbican, and advancing eastward, the female street sellers in Shoreditch, including the divisions of the Bishopsgate streets within and without, Norton Folgate, and Holywell Street, reside in and about Artillery Lane, Half Moon Street. And the many narrow clefts, as they are called in one of Leigh Hunt's essays, stretching on the right hand as you proceed along Bishopsgate Street, from its junction with Cornhill. Clefts which, on my several visits, have appeared to me as among the foulest places in London. On the left-hand side, proceeding in the same direction, the street sellers reside in Long Alley, and the many yards connected with that, perhaps narrowest, in proportion to its length, of any merely pedestrian thoroughfare in London. Mixed with the poor street sellers about Long Alley, I may observe, are a mass of the tailors and shoemakers employed by the East End slopmasters. They are principally Irish workmen, carrying on their crafts many in one room, to economize the rent, while some of their wives are street sellers. The street sellers in Spitalfields and Bethnal Green are so mixed up as to their abodes with the wretchedly underpaid cabinet makers who supply the slaughterhouses. With slop-employed tailors and shoemakers, in the employ of a class, as respects shoemakers, known as garret masters, or middlemen, between the workman and the wholesale warehouse man, bobbin turners, needlewomen, slop milliners, and that I might tediously enumerate almost every one of the many streets known, emphatically enough, as the poor streets. These poor streets are very numerous, running eastward from Shoreditch to the Cambridge Road, and southward from the Bethnal Green Road to Whitechapel and the Mile End Road. The female street sellers in Whitechapel live in Wentworth Street, Thrall Street, Osborne Street, George Yard, and in several of their interminglements with courts and narrow streets. The Petticoat Lane street dealers are generally Jews, and live in the poorer Jewish quarters, in Petticoat Lane and its courts, and in the streets running on thence to Houndsditch. Rosemary Lane has many street sellers, but in the lane itself and its many yards and blind alleys they find their domiciles. Westward in the metropolis one of the largest street markets is in Tottenham Court Road. And in the courts between Fitzroy Market and Tottenham Court Road are the rooms of the women vending their street goods. Those occupying the Hampstead Road with their stalls, which is but a continuation of the Tottenham Court Road Market, live in the same quarters. In what is generally called St. George's Market, meaning the stalls at the western extremity of Oxford Street, the women who own those stalls reside in and about Thomas Street, Tom's Court. And the wretched places, the very existence of which is perhaps unknown to their aristocratic neighborhood, about Grosvenor Square. Some of them lamentably wretched places. It might be wearisome to carry on this enumeration further. It may suffice to observe, that in the populous parts of Southwark, Lambeth, and Newington, wherever there is a street market, are small or old streets inhabited by the street sellers, and at no great distance. From the obelisk at the junction, or approximate junction, of the Westminster, Waterloo, Blackfriars, Borough, and London roads, in pretty well every direction to the banks of the Thames, are a mass of private-looking streets, as far as the absence of shops constitutes the privacy of a street, old and half ruinous, or modern and trim, in all of which perhaps may be found street sellers, and in some of which are pickpockets, thieves, and prostitutes. Of course it must be understood that these specified localities are the residence of the male, as well as the female street sellers, both adults and children. The proportion of female street traders who reside in lodging houses may be estimated at 1/10 of the entire number. This may appear a small proportion. But it must be remembered that the costermongering women do not reside in lodging houses, so removing the largest class of street folk from the calculation of the numbers thus accommodated, and that the Irish who pursue street callings with any regularity generally prefer living, if it be 2 or 3 families in a room, in a place of their own. The female street folk sleeping in lodging houses, and occasionally taking their meals there, are usually those who are itinerant. The women who have a settled trade, especially a pitch, reside in preference in some place of their own. Of the number in lodging houses 1/2 may be regular inmates, some having a portion of a particular room to themselves, the others are casual sojourners, changing their night's shelter as convenience prompts. Of the female street sellers residing in houses of ill fame there are not many, perhaps not many more than 100. I was told by a gentleman whose connection with parochial matters enabled him to form an opinion, that about Whitecross Street, and some similar streets near the Cornwall Road, and stretching away to the Blackfriars and Borough Roads, the locality which of any in London is perhaps the most rank with prostitution and its attendant evils, there might be 600 of those wretched women and of all ages, from 15 to upwards of 40. And that among them he believed there were barely a score who occupied themselves with street sale. Of women, and more especially of street sellers, such as flower girls, those pursuing immoral courses are far more numerous than 100, but they do not often reside in houses notoriously of ill fame, but in their own rooms, and too often with their parents, and in low lodging houses. For women who are street sellers, without the practice of prostitution, to reside in a house of ill fame, would be a reckless waste of money, as I am told that in so wretched a street as Whitehorse Street, the rent of a front kitchen is 4s. a week, of a back kitchen, 3s. 6d, of a front parlor, 6s, and of a back parlor, 4s. 6d, all being meagerly furnished and very small. This is also accounted one of the cheapest of all such streets. The rent of a street seller's unfurnished room is generally 1s. 6d or even 1s. a week. A furnished room is 3s. or 2s. 6d. The state of education among the female street sellers is very defective. Perhaps it may be said that among the English costers not 1 female in 20 can read, and not 1 in 40 can write. But they are fond of listening to anyone who reads the newspaper or any exciting story. Among the street-selling Irish, also, education is very defective. As regards the adults, who have been of woman's estate before they left Ireland, a knowledge of reading and writing may be as rare as among the English costerwomen. But with those who have come to this country sufficiently young, or have been born here, education is far more diffused than among the often more prosperous English street children. This is owing to the establishment of late years of many Roman Catholic schools, at charges suited to the poor, or sometimes free. And of the Irish parents having availed themselves, probably on the recommendation of the priest, of such opportunities for the tuition of their daughters, which the English costers have neglected to do with equal chances. Of the other classes whom I have specified as street sellers, I believe I may say that the education of the females is about the average of that of servants of all work, who have been brought up amidst struggles and poverty. They can read, but with little appreciation of what they read, and have therefore little taste for books, and often little leisure even if they have taste. As to writing, a woman told me that at one time, when she was in place, and kept weekly accounts, she had been complimented by her mistress on her neat hand. But that she and her husband, a man of indifferent character, had been street sellers for 7 or 8 years, and during all that time she had only once had a pen in her hand. This was a few weeks back, in signing a petition, something about Sundays, she said, she wrote her name with great pain and difficulty, and feared that she had not even spelled it aright. I may here repeat that I found the uneducated always ready to attribute their want of success in life to their want of education, while the equally poor street sellers, who were scholars, are as apt to say, "It's been of no manner of use to me." In all these matters I can but speak generally. The male street sellers who have seen better days have of course been better educated, but the most intelligent of the street class are the patterers, and of them the females form no portion. The diet of the class I am describing is, as regards its poorest members, tea and bread or bread and grease, a meal composed of nothing else is their fare twice or thrice a day. Sometimes there is the addition of a herring, or a plaice, when plaice are 2 a penny, but the consumption of cheap fish, with a few potatoes, is more common among the poor Irish than the poor English female street sellers. "Indeed, sir," said an elderly woman, who sold cakes of blacking and small wares, "I could make a meal on fish and potatoes, cheaper than on tea and bread and butter. Though I don't take milk with my tea, I've got to like it better without milk than with it, but if you're a long time on your legs in the streets and get to your bit of a home for a cup of tea, you want a bit of rest over it. And if you have to cook fish it's such a trouble. Oh, no, indeed, this time of year there's no cast-iron to light a fire for your tea, and tea livens you far more nor a herring, because there's always some neighbor to give a poor woman a jug of boiling water." Married women, who may carry on a trade distinct from that of their husbands, live as well as their earnings and the means of the couple will permit. What they consider good living is a dinner daily off good block ornaments, small pieces of meat, discolored and dirty, but not tainted, usually set for sale on the butcher's block, tripe, cow heel, beef sausages, or soup from a cheap cook shop, at 2d a pint. To this there is the usual accompaniment of beer, which, in all populous neighborhoods, is 3d a pot, quart, in your own jugs. From what I could learn, it seems to me that an inordinate or extravagant indulgence of the palate, under any circumstances, is far less common among the female than the male street sellers. During the summer and the fine months of the spring and autumn, there are, I am assured, 1/3 of the London street sellers, male and female, tramping the country. At Maidstone Fair the other day, I was told by an intelligent itinerant dealer, there were 300 women, all of whose faces he believed he had seen at one time or other in London. The Irish, however, tramp very little into the country for purposes of trade, but they travel in great numbers from one place to another for purposes of mendicancy. Or, if they have a desire to emigrate, they will tramp from London to Liverpool, literally begging their way, no matter whether they have or have not any money. The female street sellers are thus a fluctuating body. The beggars among the women who profess to be street traders are chiefly Irish women, some of whom, though otherwise well conducted, sober and chaste, beg shamelessly and with any mendacious representation. It is remarkable enough, too, that of the Irish women who will thus beg, many if employed in any agricultural work, or in the rougher household labors, such as scouring or washing, will work exceedingly hard. To any feeling of self-respect or self-dependence, however, they seem dead. Their great merit is their chastity, their great shame their lying and mendicancy. The female street sellers are again a fluctuating body, as in the summer and autumn months. A large proportion go off to work in market gardens, in the gathering of peas, beans, and the several fruits. In weeding, in haymaking, in the corn harvest, when they will endeavor to obtain leave to glean if they are unemployed more profitably, and afterwards in the hopping. The women, however, thus seeking change of employment, are the ruder street sellers, those who merely buy oranges at 4d to sell at 6d, and who do not meddle with any calling mixed up with the necessity of skill in selection, or address in recommending. Of this half-vagrant class, many are not street sellers usually, but are half prostitutes and half thieves, not unfrequently drinking all their earnings, while of the habitual female street sellers, I do not think that drunkenness is now a very prevalent vice. Their earnings are small, and if they become habituated to an indulgence in drink, their means are soon dissipated, in which case they are unable to obtain stock money, and they cease to be street sellers. If I may venture upon an estimation, I should say that the women engaged in street sale, wives, widows, and single persons, number from 25,000 to 30,000, and that their average earnings run from 2s. to 4s. a week. I shall now proceed to give the histories of individuals belonging to each of the above class of female street sellers, with the view of illustrating what has been said respecting them generally. Of a single woman, as a street seller. I had some difficulty, for the reasons I have stated, in finding a single woman who, by her unaided industry, supported herself on the sale of street merchandise. There were plenty of single young women so engaged, but they lived, or lodged, with their parents or with one parent, or they had some support, however trifling, from some quarter or other. Among the street Irish I could have obtained statements from many single women who depended on their daily sale for their daily bread, but I have already given instances of their street life. One Irish woman, a spinster of about 50, for I had some conversation with her in the course of a former inquiry, had supported herself alone, by street sale, for many years. She sat, literally packed in a sort of hamper basket, at the corner of Charles Street, Leather Lane. She seemed to fit herself cross-legged, like a Turk, or a tailor on his shop-board, into her hamper. Her fruit stall was close by her, and there she seemed to doze away life day by day, for she usually appeared to be wrapped in slumber. If any one approached her stall, however, she seemed to be awake, as it were, mechanically. I have missed this poor woman of late, and I believe she only packed herself up in the way described when the weather was cold. A woman of about 26 or 27, I may again remark that the regular street sellers rarely know their age, made the following statement. She was spare and sickly looking, but said that her health was tolerably good. I used to mind my mother's stall, she stated, when I was a girl, when mother wasn't well or had a little work at pea-shelling or such like. She sold sweet stuff. No, she didn't make it, but bought it. I never cared for it, and when I was quite young I've sold sweetstuffs as I never tasted. I never had a father. I can't read or write, but I like to hear people read. I go to Zion Chapel sometimes of a Sunday night, the singing's so nice. I don't know what religion you may call it of, but it's a Zion Chapel. Mother's been dead well I don't know how long, but it's a long time. I've lived by myself ever since, and kept myself, and I have half a room with another young woman who lives by making little boxes. I don't know what sort of boxes. Pill boxes? Very likely, sir, but I can't say I ever saw any. She goes out to work on another boxmaker's premises. She's no better off nor me. We pays 1s. a week between us, it's my bed, and the other sticks is her'n. We agree well enough. I haven't sold sweet stuff for a great bit. I've sold small wares in the streets, and artificials, artificial flowers, and lace, and penny dolls, and penny boxes, of toys. No, I never hear anything improper from young men. Boys has sometimes said, when I've been selling sweets, don't look so hard at 'em, or they'll turn sour. I never minded such nonsense. I has very few amusements. I goes once or twice a month, or so, to the gallery at the Victoria Theatre, for I live near. It's beautiful there. Oh, it's really grand. I don't know what they call what's played, because I can't read the bills. I hear what they're called, but I forgets. I knows Miss Vincent and John Herbert when they come on. I likes them the best. I'm a-going to leave the streets. I have an aunt a laundress, because she was mother's sister, and I always helped her, and she taught me laundressing. I work for her 3 and sometimes 4 days a week now, because she's lost her daughter Anne, and I'm known as a good ironer. Another laundress will employ me next week, so I'm dropping the streets, as I can do far better. I'm not likely to be married and I don't want to. Of a mechanic's wife, as a street seller. A middle-aged woman, presenting what may be best understood as a decency of appearance, for there was nothing remarkable in her face or dress, gave me the following account of her experience as a street seller. And of her feelings when she first became one. I went into service very young in the country, she said, but mistress brought me up to London with her, where master had got a situation, the children was so fond of me. I saved a little money in that and other places as girls often does, and they seems not to save it so much for themselves as for others. Father got the first bit of money I saved, or he would have been seized for rent. He was only a working man, agricultural laborer, and all the rest I scraped went before I'd been married a fortnight, for I got married when I was 24. Oh no, indeed, I don't mean that my money was wasted by my husband. It was every farthing laid out in the house, besides what he had, for we took a small house in a little street near the commercial road, and let out furnished rooms. We did very well at first with lodgings, but the lodgers were mates of vessels, or people about the river and the docks, and they were always coming and going, and the rooms was often empty, and some went away in debt. My husband is a smith, and was in middling work for a good while. Then he got a job to go with some horses to France, for he can groom a horse as well as shoe it, and he was a long time away, 3 or 4 months, for he was sent into another country when he got to France. But I don't understand the particulars of it. The rooms was empty and the last lodger went away without paying, and I had nothing to meet the quarter's rent, and the landlord, all of a sudden almost, put in the brokers, for he said my husband would never come back. And perhaps I should be selling the furniture and be off to join him, for he told me it was all a planned thing he knew. And so the furniture was sold for next to nothing, and 1L. Success was given to me after the sale. I suppose that was over when all was paid, but I'd been forced to part with some linen and things to live upon and pay the rates, that came very heavy. My husband came back to an empty house 3 days after, and he'd been unlucky, for he brought home only 4L. Instead of 10L. At least, as he expected, but he'd been cheated by the man he went into the other country with. Yes, the man that cheated him was an Englishman, and my poor John was put to great trouble and expense, and was in a strange place without knowing a word of the language. But the foreigners was very kind to him, he said, and didn't laugh at him when he tried to make hisself understood, as I've seen people do here many a time. The landlord gave us 1L. To give up the house, as he had a good offer for it, and so we had to start again in the world like. Our money was almost all gone before John got regular work, though he had some odd jobs, and then he had for a good many months the care of a horse and cart for a tradesman in the city. Shortly after that he was laid up a week with a crushed leg, but his master wouldn't wait a week for him, so he hired another. I have nothing to say against John, says he, when I told his master of the accident, and I'm sorry, very sorry. But my business can't be hindered by waiting for people getting better of accidents. John got work at his own business next, but there was always some stopper. He was ill, or I was ill, and if there was tens in the house, then it went and wasn't enough. And so we went on for a good many years, I don't know how many. John kept working among horses and carts, or at his own business, but what with traveling abroad, I suppose, and such like, he got to like best to be in the streets, and he has his health best that way. The husband, it is evident, was afflicted with the restlessness of the tribe. About 7 years ago we were very badly off, no work, and no money, and neither of us well. Then I used to make a few women's plain nightcaps and plain morning caps for servants, and sell them to a shopkeeper, but latterly I couldn't sell them at all, or get no more than the stuff cost me, without any profit for labor. So at last, and it was on a Friday evening of all unlucky times, my gold wedding ring that cost 6d, and that I'd stuck to all along, had to be pawned for 6d for rent and bread. That was a shocking time, sir. We've sat in the dark of an evening, for we could get neither coals nor a candle as we was a little in debt, and John said, it was a blessing after all perhaps that we hadn't no family, for he often, both joking and serious, wished for children. But it wasn't God's will you see that we should have any. One morning when I woke very early I found my husband just going out, and when I asked him what sent him out so soon, he says, it's for nothing bad, so don't fret yourself, old gal. That day he walked all over London and called on all the masters as had employed him, or knowed him, and told them how he was situated, and said that if he could borrow 20s up and down, he could do a little, he knew. The thought of it came into his mind all of a sudden, in going about with a horse and cart, that he could hire, and sell coals to poor people. He raised 8s. 6d. I think it was, and started with 1/4 of a ton of coals, and then another 1/4 when the first was sold, and he carried it on for 3 or 4 weeks. But the hire of the horse and cart took all the profit, and the poor people wanted credit, besides people must cheat to thrive as sells coals in the street. All this time I could do nothing, though I tried for washing and charing, but I'm slow at washing, but starve at home, and be afraid every knock was the landlord. After that John was employed to carry a very heavy board over his shoulder, and so as to have it read on both sides. It was about an eating house, and I went with him to give little bills about it to all we met, for it was as much as a man could do to carry the board. He had 1s a day, and I had 6d. That was my first time in the streets, and I felt so shamed to come to that. I thought if I met any people I knew in Essex, or any of my old mistresses, what would they think? Then we had all sorts of jokes to stand. We both looked pinched, and young gents used to say, "Do you dine there yourselves?" And the boys, oh, of all the torments, they've shouted out, "Excellent dining rooms that was on the board, sir, and 2 jolly specimens of the style of grub." I could have knocked their saucy heads together. We was resting in the shade one day, and we were anxious to do our best, 4 1s. 6d a day was a great thing then, and an old gentleman came up and said he was glad to get out of the sun. He looked like a parson, but was a jokey man, and he'd been having some wine, I think, he smelled of it so. He began to talk to us and ask us questions, such as you have, sir, and we told him how we was situated. "God bless you," says he, "for I think you're honest folks. People that lie don't talk like you. Here's some loose silver I have," and he gave John 5s. 6d and went away. We could hardly think it was real. It seemed such a lot of money just then, to be got clear all at once. I've never seen him since, and never saw him, as I knows of, before, but may God Almighty bless him wherever he is, for I think that 5s. 6d put new life into us, and brought a blessing. A relation of John's came to London not long after and gave him a sovereign and sent him some old clothes, and very good ones, when he went back. Then John hired a barrow, it's his own now, and started as a costermonger. A neighbor of ourn told him how to do it, and he's done very well at it since. Well, you know, sir, I couldn't like to stay at home by myself doing of a nothing, and I couldn't get any charing, besides John says, "Why, can't you sell something?" So I made some plain women's caps, and as we lived in Anne's Place, Waterloo Road, then, I went into the New Cut with them on a Saturday night. But there was such crowding, and shoving, and shouting, that I was kept under and sold only 1 cap. I was very much nervous before I went and thought again, it was very foolish, I know, if I saw anybody from Essex, for country people seem to think all their friends in London are making fortunes. Before I went my landlady would treat me to a little drop of gin to give me spirits, and for luck, but I think it made me more nervous. I very seldom taste any. And John's very good that way. He takes his pint or 2 every now and then, but I know where he uses, and if it gets late I go for him and he comes home. The next time I went to sell in the Cut I got bold, for I knew I was doing nothing but what was honest. I've sold caps, and millinery, and laces, and artificial flowers, and such like ever since. We've saved a little money now, which is in the bank, thank God, but that's not done by costering, or by my trade. But my husband buys a pony every now and then, and grooms and fattens it up well, and makes it quite another thing, and so clears a pound or 2, he once cleared 3l. 15s, on it. We don't go to church or chapel on a Sunday, we're so tired out after the week's work. But John reads a tract that a young lady leaves till he falls asleep over it. Of an Irish woman, as a street seller. I have before had occasion to remark the aptitude of the poor Irish in the streets of London not so much to lie, which may be too harsh a word when motives and idiosyncrasy are considered, but to exaggerate and misrepresent. And color in such a way that the truth becomes a mere incident in the narrative, instead of being the animating principle throughout. I speak here not as regards any direct question or answer on one specific point, but as regards a connected statement. Presuming that a poor Irish woman, for instance, had saved up a few shillings, very likely for some laudable purpose, and had them hidden about her person, and was asked if she had a farthing in the world. She would reply with a look of most stolid innocence, "Sarah a fardin, sir." This of course is an unmitigated lie. Then ask her why she is so poor and what are her hopes for the future, and a very slender substratum of truth will suffice for the putting together of a very ingenious history, if she think the occasion requires it. It is the same when these poor persons are questioned as to their former life. They have heard of societies to promote emigration, and if they fancy that any inquiries are made of them with a view to emigration, they will ingeniously shape their replies so as to promote or divert that object, according to their wishes. If they think the inquiries are for some charitable purpose, their tale of woe and starvation is heartrending. The probability is that they may have suffered much, and long, and bravely, but they will still exaggerate. In one thing, however, I have found them understate the fact, and that I believe principally, or wholly, when they had been previously used to the most wretched of the Irish hovels. I mean as to their rooms. Where do you live, may be asked. Will, Finn, in Parker Street, Drury Lane. Have you a decent room? Sure, Finn, and it is dacent for a poor woman. On a visit, perhaps the room will be found smoky, filthy, half-ruinous, and wretched in every respect. I believe, however, that if these poor people could be made to comprehend the motives which caused their being questioned for the purposes of this work, the elucidation of the truth, motives which they cannot be made to understand, they would speak with a far greater regard to veracity. But they will suspect an ulterior object, involving some design on the part of the querist, and they will speak accordingly. To what causes, social or political, national, long-rooted, or otherwise, this spirit may be owing, it is not now my business to inquire. At the outset of my inquiries amongst the poor Irish, whose civility and often native politeness, where there is a better degree of intelligence, makes it almost impossible to be angry with them even when you listen to a story of which you believe not 1/6, at the outset of my inquiries, I say. I was told by an Irish gentleman that I was sure to hear the truth if I had authority to use the name of their priest. I readily obtained the consent of reverend gentlemen to use their names and for any purpose of inquiry, a courtesy which I thankfully acknowledge. I mention this more especially, that it may not be thought that there has been exaggeration in my foregoing or in the following statement, where the Irish are the narrators. I have little doubt of their truth. It may be but proper to remark, in order that one class of poor people may not be unduly depreciated, while another class is, perhaps, unduly appreciated, that the poor Irishman is much more imaginative, is readier of wit and far readier of speech, than an Englishman of a corresponding grade. And were the untaught Englishman equally gifted in those respects, who will avouch that his regard for the truth would be much more severe? Of the causes which induced a good-looking Irish woman to become a street seller I had the following account, which I give in its curious details. "Deed thin, sir. It's more than 20 long years since I came from Dublin to Liverpool with my father and mother, and brother William that's dead and gone, rest his soul. He died when he was 14. They was masons in Ireland. Was both father and mother masons, sir. Well, then, in any quiet job mother helped father, for she was a strong woman. They came away sudden. They was in some trouble, but I never knew what, for they wouldn't talk to me about it. We travelled from Liverpool to London, for there was no work at Liverpool, and he got work on buildings in London, and had 18s a week. And mother cleaned and worked for a greengrocer, as they called him. He sold coals more than anything, where we lodged, and it wasn't much she got, but she ned what is such a trouble to poor people, the rint. We was well off, and I was sent to school, and we should have been better off, but father took too much to the drop, God save him. He fell onst and broke his leg. And though the hospital gentlemen, God bless them for good Christians, got him through it, he got little work when he came out again, and died in less than a year. Mother wasn't long after him. And on her deathbed she said, so low I could hardly hear her, Mary, my darlint, if you struve, be virtuous. Remember poor Ellen's funeral. When I was quite a child, sir, I went with mother to a funeral. She was a relation, and it was of a young woman that died after her child had been born a fortnight and she wasn't married, that was Ellen. Her body was brought out of the lying-in hospital, I've often heard spake of it since, and was in the churchyard to be buried. And her brother, that hadn't seen her for a long time, came and wanted to see her in her coffin, and they took the lid off, and then he caroused her in her coffin afore him, she'd been so wicked. But he wasn't a good man hisself, and was in drink too, still nobody said anything, and he walked away. It made me ill to see Ellen in her coffin, and hear him carouse, and I've remembered it ever since. I was thin 15, I believe, and hadn't any friends that had any tie to me. I was lone, sir. But the neighbours said, poor thing, she's left on the Shukron, homeless, and they helped me, and I got a place. Mistress was very kind at first, that's my first mistress was, and I had the care of a child of 3 years old, they had only one, because mistress was busy making waistcoats. Master was a hatter, and away all day, and they was well off. But some women called on mistress once, and they had a deal of talkin', and bladherin', and logan, and I don't know how often I was sent out for quarterns of gin. Then they all went out together. And mistress came home quite tipsy just afore master, and went upstairs, and had just time to get into bed. She told me to tell master she had one of her sick headaches and was forced to go to bed. She went on that way for 3 or 4 days, and master and she used to quarrel of a night, for I could hear them. One night he came home sooner than common, and he'd been drinking, or perhaps it might be trouble, and he sent me to bed with the child. And sometime in the night, I don't know what time, but I could only see from a gas lamp that shined into the room, he came in, for there was no fastening inside the door, it was only like a closet, and he began to ask me about mistress. When he learned she'd been drinking with other women, he used dreadful language, and pulled me out of bed, and struck me with a stick that he snatched up, he could see it in the gaslight, it was little Frank's horse. And swore at me for not telling him afore. He only struck me onst, but I screamed ever so often, I was so frightened. I dressed myself, and lay down in my clothes, and got up as soon as it was light, it was summer time, and thought I would go away and complain to someone. I would ask the neighbours who to complain to. When I was going out there was master walking up and down the kitchen. He'd never been to bed, and he says he, Mary, where are you going? So I told him, and he begged my pardon, and said he was ashamed of what he'd done, but he was half mad. Then he began to cry, and so I cried, and mistress came home just then, and when she saw us both crying together, she cried, and said she wasn't wanted, as we was man and wife already. Master just gave her a push and down she fell, and he ran out. She seemed so bad, and the child began to cry, that I couldn't lave thin. And master came home drunk that night, but he wasn't cross, for he'd made out that mistress had been drinking with some neighbours, and had got to her mother's, and that she was so tipsy she fell asleep, they let her stay till morning. And then some woman sent her home, but she'd been there all night. They made it up at last, but I wouldn't stay. They was very kind to me when I left, and paid me all that was owing, and gave me a good pair of shoes, too, for they was well off. I had a many places for 7 years. After that, and when I was out of a place, I stayed with a widder, and a very dacent woman, she was with a daughter working for a bookbinder, and the old woman had a good pitch with fruit. Some of my places was very harrod, but sure, again, I met some as was very kind. I left one because they was always wanting me to go to a Methodist chapel, and was always running down my religion, and did all they could to hinder my ever going to mass. They would hardly pay me when I left, because I wouldn't listen to them, they said, the heathens, when they would have saved my soul. They saved my soul, indeed. The likes Thim. Yes, indeed, Thin, I had wicked offers sometimes, and from masters that should have known better. I kept no company with young men. One mistress refused me a character, because I was so unhandy, she said, but she thought better of it. At last, I had a fever, and wasn't expected for long, not expected to live. When I was getting well, everything went to keep me. What wasn't good enough for the pawn went to the dolly shop, generally a rag and bottle shop, or a marine store. When I could get about, I was so shabby, and my clothes hung about me so, that the shops I went to said, "Very sorry, but can't recommend you anywhere," and mistresses looked strange at me, and I didn't know what to do and was miserable. I'd been miserable sometimes in place, and had many a cry, and thought how lone I was, but I never was so miserable as this. At last, the old woman I stayed along with, oh, yes, she was an Irish woman, advised me to sell fruit in the streets, and I began on strawberries, and borrowed 2s. to do it with. I had my health better than ever thin. And after I'd sold fruit of all kinds for 2 years, I got married. My husband had a potato can thin. I knew him because he lived near, and I saw him go in and out, and go to mass. After that he got a porter's place and dropped his can, and he porters when he has a chance still, and has a little work in sewing sacks for the corn merchants. When he's at home at his sacks, as he is now, he can mind the children, we have 2, and I sells a few oranges to make a thrifle. When there's nothing ilsa for him to do, he sells fruit in the streets, and thin I'm at home. We do middlin', God be praised. There is no doubt my informant was a modest, and, in her way, a worthy woman. But it may be doubted if any English girl, after 7 years of domestic service, would have so readily adapted herself to a street calling. Had an English girl been living among, and used to the society of women who supported themselves by street labor, her repugnance to such a life might have been lessened. But even then, I doubt if she, who had the virtue to resist the offers told of by my Irish informant, could have made the attempt to live by selling fruit. I do not mean that she would rather have fallen into immoral courses than honestly live upon the sale of strawberries, but that she would have struggled on and striven to obtain any domestic labor in preference to a street occupation. Of a widow, a street seller. A woman, apparently about 50, strong-built and red-faced, speaking in a loud tone, and what people of her class account a hearty manner, gave me the following account. I can readily condense it, for in her street career there was nothing very novel. She was the daughter of a costermonger, and she married a costermonger before she was 20. On my hinting that sometimes the marriage ceremony was not considered indispensable, the good woman laughed and said, "Married, or as good, it's hall as one, but we was married." The marriage was not one of unalloyed happiness, for the couple often wrangled and occasionally fought. This was told to me with some laughter, and with perfect good humor, for the widow seemed interested to have a listener. She did not, I feel confident, exaggerate the merits of the deceased, nor, perhaps, his failings. He was the best judge of fish in the streets, she said, and was the neatest hand in cutting it up, or showing it off. He was not a bad sort, and was very fond of his children. When sober and at work he was a quiet fellow, without a cross word for a whole morning, but when drunk, which was far too often, unless very drunk, and then he was silly, he went about tearing and swearing like 1 o'clock. But if he saw his wife take but a glass or two, to do her good, he went on like a madman, and as if he never touched it himself. He never had nothing to say to other women, if he had she would have clawed their eyes out, and his end too, he was as good that way as any nobleman could be, and he was a fine man to look at, and on a Sunday, when he dressed himself, he was beautiful. He was never in a church in his life, and didn't trouble himself about such things, there was no concern of his own. It may be thought that I have treated this matter too lightly, but the foregoing is really the substance, and certainly it is the tone, of the widow's talk, which she poured forth freely, without expressing wonder why any one, a perfect stranger, cared to listen to such a history. She needed but a few hints and leading questions to make her talk on. Nor is this an uncommon quality even among classes who would be shocked to be classed, in any respect, with the widowed street seller. Their own career, their own sayings and doings, hopes and disappointments, alone interest masses of people, and with the simplicity which not seldom pertains to selfishness, they will readily talk of all that interests themselves, as if it must necessarily interest others. On the whole, though the departed costermonger was greatly deplored by his widow and family, they did very well without him, and carry on the business to this day. He died 4 or 5 years back. I have no doubt this widow is a shrewd saleswoman enough. I have heard her cry, "Mackerel, live mackerel, 8 a shilling, mackerel," and at other times, 8 a bob, fine mackerel, mackerel, 8 a bob, 8 a bob. On my inquiring as to the cause of this difference in her cries, the fish seller laughed and said, "I cries 8 a bob when I sees people as I thinks is likely to like slang. To others I cries 8 a shilling, which no doubt is the right way of talking." Of the children street sellers of London. When we consider the spirit of emulation, of imitation, of bravado, of opposition, of just or idle resentment, among boys, according to their training, companionship, natural disposition, and, above all, home treatment, it seems most important to ascertain how these feelings and inclinations are fostered or stimulated by the examples of the free street life of other lads to be seen on every side. There is no doubt that to a large class of boys, whose parents are not in poverty, the young street ruffian is a hero. If this inquiry be important, as it unquestionably is, concerning boys, how much more important is it, when it includes the female children of the streets? When it relates to the sex who, in all relations of life, and in all grades of society, are really the guardians of a people's virtue. The investigation is, again, rendered more interesting and more important, when it includes those children who have known no guidance from parent, master, or relative, but have been flung into the streets through neglect, through viciousness, or as outcasts from utter destitution. Mixed with the children who really sell in the streets, are the class who assume to sell that they may have the better chance to steal, or the greater facility to beg. Before I classify what I consider to be the causes which have driven children to a street career, with all its hardening consequences, I may point out that culpability cannot be imputed to them at the commencement of their course of life. They have been either untaught, mistaught, maltreated, neglected, regularly trained to vice, or fairly turned into the streets to shift for themselves. The censure, then, is attributable to parents, or those who should fill the place of parents, the state, or society. The exceptions to this culpability as regards parents are to be found in the instances where a costermonger employs his children to aid him in his business occupation, which the parents, in their ignorance or prejudices, may account as good as any other, and the youths thus become unfit, perhaps, for any other than a scrambling street life. A second exception may be where the children in a poor family, as continually happens among the Irish in London, must sell in the streets, that they may eat in any place. In the following details I shall consider all to be children who are under 15 years of age. It is just beyond that age, or the age of puberty, that, as our prison statistics and other returns show, criminal dispositions are developed, self-will becomes more imperious and headstrong, that destructive propensity, or taste, which we term the ruling passion or character of the individual is adduced, and the destiny of the human being, especially when apart from the molding and well-directed care of parents or friends, is influenced perhaps for life. The causes, then, which fill our streets with children who either manifest the keen and sometimes roguish propensity of a precocious trader, the daring and adroitness of the thief, or the loutish indifference of the mere dull vagabond, content if he can only eat and sleep, I consider to be these. 1. The conduct of parents, masters, and mistresses. 2. The companionship and associations formed in tender years. 3. The employment of children by costermongers and others who live by street traffic, and the training of costermongers' children to a street life. 4. Orphanhood, friendlessness, and utter destitution. 5. Vagrant dispositions and tastes on the part of children, which cause them to be runaways. After this I shall treat of, a. The pursuits of the street trading children, b. Their earnings. c. The causes or influences which have induced children to adopt some especial branch of a street life, d. Their state of education, e. their morals, religion, opinions, and conduct, f. places and character of dwellings, g. diet, h. amusements, I. clothing, j. propensities. Concerning cause 1, viz., the conduct of parents, masters, and mistresses, I should have more to say were I treating of the juvenile criminals, instead of sellers in the streets. The brute tyranny of parents, manifested in the wreaking of any annoyances or disappointments they may have endured, in the passionate beating and cursing of their children, for trifling or for no causes, is among the worst symptoms of a depraved nature. This conduct may be the most common among the poor, for among them are fewer conventional restraints, but it exists among and debases other classes. Some parents only exercise this tyranny in their fits of drunkenness, and make that their plea in mitigation. But their dispositions are then only the more undisguisedly developed, and they would be equally unjust or tyrannical when sober, but for some selfish fear which checks them. A boy perhaps endures this course of tyranny some time, and then finding it increase he feels its further endurance intolerable, and runs away. If he have no friends with whom he can hope to find a shelter, the streets only are open to him. He soon meets with comrades, some of whom perhaps had been circumstanced like himself, and, if not strongly disposed to idleness and vicious indulgencies, goes through a course of horse-holding, errand-running, parcel-carrying, and such like. And so becomes, if honestly or prudently inclined, a street seller, beginning with fusees, or nuts, or some unexpensive stock. The where to buy and the how to sell he will find plenty to teach him at the lodging-houses, where he must sleep when he can pay for a bed. When I was collecting information concerning brace selling I met with a youth of 16 who about 2 years previously had run away from Birmingham, and made his way to London, with 6d. Although he earned something weekly, he was so pinched and beaten by a stepmother, his father was seldom at home except on Sunday, that his life was miserable. This went on for nearly a year, until the boy began to resist, and one Saturday evening, when beaten as usual, he struck in return, drawing blood from his stepmother's face. The father came home before the fray was well ended. Listened to his wife's statement, and would not listen to the boy's, and in his turn chastised the lad mercilessly. In 5 minutes after the boy, with aching bones and a bitter spirit, left his father's house and made his way to London, where he was then vending cheap braces. This youth could neither read nor write, and seemed to possess no quickness or intelligence. The only thing of which he cared to talk was his stepmother's treatment of him, all else was a blank with him, in comparison. This was the one burning recollection. I may here observe, that I heard of several instances of children having run away and adopted a street life in consequence of the violence of stepmothers far more than of stepfathers. I cite the foregoing instance, as the boy's career was exactly that I have described. But the reader will remember, that in the many and curious narratives I have collected, how often the adult street seller has begun such a life by being a runaway from domestic tyranny. Had this Birmingham boy been less honest, or perhaps less dull, it would have been far easier for him to have become a thief than a street trader. To the gangs of young thieves, a new boy, who is not known to the police is often, as a smart young pickpocket, then known as the cock-sparrow, described it to me, a godsend. My readers will remember that in the collected statements of the street folk, there are several accounts of runaways, but they were generally older than the age I have fixed. And it was necessary to give an account of one who comes within my classification of a child. I did not hear of any girls who had run away from their homes having become street sellers merely. They more generally fall into a course of prostitution, or sometimes may be ostensibly street sellers as a means of accosting men, and, perhaps, for an attractive pretense to the depraved, that they are poor, innocent girls, struggling for an honest penny. If they resort to the low lodging-houses, where the sexes are lodged indiscriminately, their ruin seems inevitable. 2. That the companionship and associations formed in tender years lead many children to a street life is so evident, that I may be brief on the subject. There are few who are in the habit of noting what they may observe of poor children in the streets and quieter localities, who have not seen little boys playing at marbles, or gambling with halfpennies, farthings, or buttons, with other lads. and who have laid down their basket of nuts or oranges to take part in the play. The young street seller has probably more halfpence at his command, or, at any rate, in his possession, than his non-dealing playmates. He is also in the undoubted possession of what appears a large store of things for which poor boys have generally a craving and a relish. Thus the little itinerant trader is envied and imitated. This attraction to a street career is very strong, I have ascertained, among the neglected children of the poor, when the parents are absent at their work. On a Saturday morning, some little time since, I was in a flagged court near Drury Lane, a wretched place, which was full of children of all ages. The parents were nearly all, I believe, then at work, or, on the lookout for a job, as porters in Covent Garden Market, and the children played in the court until their return. In one corner was a group of 4 or 5 little boys gambling and squabbling for nuts, of which one of the number was a vendor. A sharp-looking lad was gazing enviously on, and I asked him to guide me to the room of a man whom I wished to see. He did so, and I gave him a penny. On my leaving the court I found this boy the most eager of the players, gambling with the penny I had given him. I had occasion to return there a few hours after, and the same lad was leaning against the wall, with his hands in his pockets, as if suffering from listlessness. He had had no luck with the nut covey, he told me, but he hoped before long to sell nuts himself. He did not know his age, but he appeared to be about 11. Only last week I saw this same lad hawking a basket, very indifferently stocked with oranges. He had raised a shilling, he said, and the "early bird," the nickname of a young street seller, had put him up to the way to lay it out. On my asking if his father, a journeyman butcher, knew what he was doing, he replied that so long as he didn't bother his father he could do what he pleased. And the more he kept out of his, the father's, way the better he would be liked and treated. The association of poor boys and girls with the children of the costermongers, and of the Irish fruit sellers, who are employed in itinerant vending, is often productive of a strong degree of envy on the part of unemployed little ones, who look upon having the charge of a basket of fruit, to be carried in any direction, as a species of independence. 3. The employment of children by costermongers, and others who live by street traffic, and the training of costermongers' children to a street life, is the ordinary means of increase among the street folk. The children of the costermongers become necessarily, as I have already intimated, street dealers, and perhaps more innocently than in any other manner, by being required, as soon as their strength enables them, to assist their parents in their work, or sell trifles, single-handed, for the behoof of their parents. The child does but obey his father, and the father does but rear the child to the calling by which his daily bread is won. This is the case particularly with the Irish, who often have large families, and bring them with them to London. There are, moreover, a great number of boys, anybody's children, as I heard them called, who are tempted and trained to pursue an open-air traffic, through being engaged by costermongers or small tradesmen to sell upon commission, or, as it is termed, for bunts. In the curious, and almost in every instance novel, information which I gave to the public concerning the largest body of the street sellers, the costermongers, this word, bunts, probably a corruption of bonus, bone being the slang for good, first appeared in print. The mode is this: a certain quantity of saleable, and sometimes of not very saleable, commodities is given to a boy whom a costermonger knows and perhaps employs. And it is arranged that the young commission agent is to get a particular sum for them, which must be paid to the costermonger. I will say threes, that being somewhere about the maximum. For these articles the lad may ask and obtain any price he can, and whatever he obtains beyond the stipulated threes is his own profit or bunts. The remuneration thus accruing to the boy vendor of course varies very materially, according to the season of the year, the nature of the article, and the neighborhood in which it is hawked. Much also depends upon whether the boy has a regular market for his commodities, whether he has certain parties to whom he is known and upon whom he can call to solicit custom. If he has, of course his facilities for disposing of his stock in trade are much greater than in the case of one who has only the chance of attracting attention and obtaining custom by mere crying and bawling, penny apiece, call our wifeflowers. 5 bunches a penny, red dish yes, and such like. The Irish boys call this having a back, an old Hibernian phrase formerly applied to a very different subject and purpose. Another cause of the abundance of street dealers among the boyish fraternity, whose parents are unable or unwilling to support them, is that some costers keep a lad as a regular assistant, whose duty it is to pull the barrow of his master about the streets, and assist him in crying his wares. Sometimes the man and the boy call out together, sometimes separately and alternately, but mostly the boy alone has to do this part of the work, the coster's voice being generally rough and hoarse, while the shrill sound of that of the boy re-echoes throughout the street along which they slowly move, and is far more likely to strike the ear, and consequently to attract attention, than that of the man. This mode of practicing the voice is, however, perfectly ruinous to it, as in almost every case of this description we find the natural tone completely annihilated at a very early age, and a harsh, hoarse, guttural, disagreeable mode of speaking acquired. In addition to the costers there are others who thus employ boys in the streets. The hawkers of coal do so invariably, and the milkmen, especially those who drive cows or have a cart to carry the milk pails in. Once in the streets and surrounded with street associates, the boy soon becomes inured to this kind of life, and when he leaves his first master, will frequently start in some branch of costermongering for himself, without seeking to obtain another constant employment. This mode of employing lads, and on the whole perhaps they are fairly enough used by the costermongers, and generally treated with great kindness by the costers' wives or concubines, is, I am inclined to think, the chief cause of the abundance and even increase of the street sellers of fish, fruit, and vegetables. For, to orphanhood, friendlessness, and utter destitution, the commerce of the streets owes a considerable portion of its merchants. A child finds himself or herself an orphan. The parents having been miserably poor, he or she lives in a place where street folk abound, it seems the only road to a meal and a bed, and the orphan starts with a few lucifer matches, bootlaces, nuts or onions. It is the same when a child, without being an orphan, is abandoned or neglected by the parents, and, perhaps without any injunctions either for or against such a course, is left to his or her own will to sell or steal in the streets. 5. The vagrant dispositions and tastes of lads, and, it may be, now and then somewhat of a reckless spirit of adventure, which in our days has far fewer fields than it once had, is another cause why a street life is embraced. Lads have been known to run away from even comfortable homes through the mere spirit of restlessness, and sometimes they have done so, but not perhaps under the age of 15, for the unrestrained indulgence of licentious passions. As this class of runaways, however, do not ordinarily settle into regular street sellers, but become pickpockets, or trade only with a view to cloak their designs of theft, I need not further allude to them under this head. I now come to the second part of my subject, the pursuits, of the children in street avocations. As I have shown in my account of the women street sellers, there is no calling which this body of juveniles monopolize, none of which they are the sole possessors. But some are principally in their hands, and there are others, again, to which they rarely incline. Among the wares sold by the boys and girls of the streets are, money bags, lucifer match boxes, leather straps, belts, firewood, common, and also, patent, that is, dipped into an inflammable composition, fly papers, a variety of fruits. Especially nuts, oranges, and apples. Onions, radishes, watercresses, cut flowers and lavender, mostly sold by girls, sweetbriar, India rubber, garters, and other little articles of the same material, including elastic rings to encircle rolls of paper music. Toys of the smaller kinds, cakes, steel pens and penholders with glass handles, exhibition medals and cards, gelatin cards, glass and other cheap seals, brass watchguards, chains, and rings. Small tinware, nutmeg graters, and other articles of a similar description, such as are easily portable. Iron skewers, fusees, shirt buttons, boot and stay laces, pins, and more rarely needles, cotton bobbins, Christmasing, holly and other evergreens at Christmastide, mayflowers, coat studs, toy pottery, blackberries, groundsel and chickweed. And clothes pegs. There are also other things which children sell temporarily, or rather in the season. This year I saw lads selling wild birds' nests with their eggs, such as hedge sparrows, minnows in small glass globes, roots of the wild early orchis, Orchis mascula, and such like things found only out of town. Independently of the vending of these articles, there are many other ways of earning a penny among the street boys. Among them are found tumblers, mudlarks, waterjacks, Ethiopians, ballad singers, bagpipe boys. The variety of street musicians, especially Italian boys with organs, Billingsgate boys or young roughs, Covent Garden boys, porters, and shoeblacks, a class recently increased by the Ragged School Brigade. A great many lads are employed also in giving away the cards and placards of advertising and puffing tradesmen, and around the theatres are children of both sexes, along with a few old people, offering playbills for sale. But this is an occupation less pursued than formerly, as some managers sell their own bills inside the house and do not allow any to pass from the hands of the printer into those of the former vendors. Again, amid the employments of this class may be mentioned, the going on errands and carrying parcels for persons accidentally met with, holding horses, sweeping crossings, but the best crossings are usually in the possession of adults. Carrying trunks for any railway traveller to or from the terminus, and carrying them from an omnibus when the passenger is not put down at his exact destination. During the frosty days of the winter and early spring, some of these little fellows used to run along the footpath. Baker Street was a favourite place for this display, and keep pace with the omnibuses, not merely by using their legs briskly, but by throwing themselves every now and then on their hands and progressing a few steps, so to speak, with their feet in the air. This was done to attract attention and obtain the preference if a job were in prospect, done, too, in hopes of a halfpenny being given the urchin for his agility. I looked at the hands of one of these little fellows and the fleshy parts of the palm were as hard as soling leather, as hard, indeed, as the soles of the child's feet, for he was barefooted. At the doors of the theatres, and of public places generally, boys are always in waiting to secure a cab from the stand, their best harvest being when the night has turned out wet after a fine day. Boys wait for the same purpose, lounging all night, and until the place closes, about the night houses, casinos, saloons, and sometimes without receiving a penny. There are, again, the very many ways in which street boys employed to help other people, when temporary help is needed, as when a cabman must finish the cleaning of his vehicle in a hurry, or when a porter finds himself overweighted in his truck. Boys are, moreover, the common custodians of the donkeys on which young ladies take invigorating exercise in such places as Hampstead Heath and Blackheath. At pigeon-shooting matches they are in readiness to pick up the dead birds, and secure the poor fluttering things which are hard hit by the adventurous sportsman, without having been killed. They have their share again in the picking of currants and gooseberries, the potting of strawberries, in weeding, and though the younger children may be little employed in haymaking, or in the more important labours of the corn harvest, they have their shares, both with and without the company of their parents, in the hopping. In fine, there is no business carried on to any extent in the streets, or in the open air, but it will be found that boys have their portion. Thus they are brought into contact with all classes. Another proof of what I have advanced touching the importance of this subject. It will be perceived that, under this head, I have had to speak far more frequently of boys than of girls, for the boy is far more the child of the streets than is the girl. The female child can do little but sell, when a livelihood is to be gained without a recourse to immorality. The boy can not only sell, but work. The many ramifications of child life and of child work in our teeming streets, which I have just enumerated, render it difficult to arrive at a very nice estimation of the earnings of the street boys and girls. The gains of this week are not necessarily the gains of the next. There is the influence of the weather, there may be a larger or a smaller number of hands taking a turn at any particular calling this week than in its predecessor. And, above all, there is that concatenation of circumstances, which street sellers include in one expressive word, luck. I mean the opportunities to earn a few pence, which on some occasions present themselves freely, and at others do not occur at all. Such luck, however, is more felt by the holders of horses, and the class of waiters upon opportunity, so to speak, than by those who depend upon trade. I believe, however, both in consequence of what I have observed, and from the concurrent testimony of persons familiar with the child life of London streets, that the earnings of the children, when they are healthful and active, are about the same in the several capacities they exercise. The waiter on opportunity, the lad on the lookout for a job, may wait and look out all day bootlessly, but in the evening some fortunate chance may realize him a whole tanner all in a lump. In like manner, the watercress girl may drudge on from early morning until cresses are wanted for tea, and, with a connection, and a tolerably regular demand, earn no more than the boy's 6d, and probably not so much. One of the most profitable callings of the street child is in the sale of Christmasing, but that is only for a very brief season. The most regular returns in the child's trade, are in the sale of such things as watercresses, or any low-priced article of daily consumption, wherever the youthful vendor may be known. I find it necessary to place the earnings of the street children higher than those of the aged and infirm. The children are more active, more persevering, and perhaps more impudent. They are less deterred by the weather, and can endure more fatigue in walking long distances than old people. This, however, relates to the boys more especially, some of whom are very sturdy fellows. The oranges which the street children now vend at 2 a penny, leave them a profit of 4d. In the shilling. To take one's 6d with a profit of 6d. Is a fair day's work, to take one's with a profit of 4d. Is a poor day's work. The dozen bunches of cut flowers which a girl will sell on an average day at 1d. A bunch, cost her 6d, that sum being also her profit. These things supply, I think, a fair criterion. The children's profits may be 6d. A day, and including Sunday trade, 3s. 6d, a week, but with the drawbacks of bad weather, they cannot be computed at more than 2s. 6d a week the year through. The boys may earn 2d. Or 3d. A week on an average more than the girls, except in such things, which I shall specify under the next head, as seem more particularly suited for female traffic. Of the causes which influence children to follow this or that course of business when a street career has been their choice or their lot, I have little to say. It seems quite a matter of chance, even where a preference may exist. A runaway lad meets with a comrade who perhaps sells fusees, and he accordingly begins on fusees. One youth, of whom I have given an account, but he was not of child's estate, began his street career on flypapers. When children are sent into the streets to sell on account of their parents, they, of course, vend just what their parents have supplied to them. If, on their own hook, they usually commence their street career on what it is easiest to buy and easiest to sell, a few nuts or oranges bought in Duke's Place, lucifer boxes, or small wares. As their experience increases they may become general street sellers. The duller sort will continue to carry on the trades that any one with ordinary lungs and muscles can pursue. All a fellow wants to know to sell potatoes, said a master street seller to me, is to tell how many tanners make a bob, and how many yenaps a tanner. How many sixpences make a shilling, and how many pence a sixpence. The smarter and bolder lads ripen into patterers, or street performers, or fall into theft. For the class of adventurous runaways, the patterers, or, rather, the paper-working patterer's life, with its alternations of town and country, fairs and hangings, the bustle of race grounds and the stillness of a village, has great attractions. To a pattering and chaunting career, moreover, there is the stimulus of that love of approbation and of admiration, as strong among the often penniless professionals of the streets as on the boards of the opera house. Perhaps there is not a child of either sex, now a street seller, who would not tomorrow, if they thought they could clear a penny or two a day more by it, quit their baskets of oranges and sell candle ends, or old bones, or anything. In a street career, and most especially when united with a lodging-house existence, there is no daintiness of the senses and no exercise of the tastes. The question is not, what do I like best to sell, but, what is likely to pay me best. This cannot be wondered at, for if a child earn but 5d a day on apples, and can make 6d on onions, its income is increased by 20%. The trades which I have specified as in the hands of street children are carried on by both sexes. I do not know that even the stock in trade which most taxes the strength is more a boy's than a girl's pursuit. A basket of oranges or of apples is among the heaviest of all the stocks hawked by children. And in those pursuits there are certainly as many, or rather more, girls than boys. Such articles as flypapers, money bags, tins, fusees, and Christmasing, are chiefly the boys' sale. Cut flowers, lavender, watercresses, and small wares, are more within the trading of the girls. The callings with which children do not meddle are those which require patter. Some of the boys very glibly announce their wares, and may be profuse now and then in commendations of their quality, cheapness, and superiority. But it requires a longer experience to patter according to the appreciation of a perhaps critical street audience. No child, for instance, ventures upon the sale of grease-removing compositions, corn salve, or the Trial and Execution of Thomas Drury, with an affecting copy of verses. A gentleman remarked to me that it was rather curious that boys' playthings, such as marbles and tops, were not hawked by street juveniles, who might be very well able to recommend them. I do not remember to have seen any such things vended by children. Education is, as far as I have been able to ascertain, more widely extended among street children than it was 12 or 15 years ago. The difficulty in arriving at any conclusion on such a subject is owing to the inability to find anyone who knew, or could even form a tolerably accurate judgment of what was the state of education among these juveniles even 12 years back. Perhaps it may be sufficiently correct to say that among a given number of street children, where, a dozen years ago, you met 20 who could read, you will now meet upwards of 30. Of 16 children, none apparently 15 years of age, whom I questioned on the subject, 9 admitted that they could not read, the other 7 declared that they could, but 3 annexed to the avowal the qualifying words, a little. 10 were boys and 6 were girls, and I spoke to them promiscuously as I met them in the street. 2 were Irish lads, who were working oranges in company, and the bigger answered, "Sure, thin, we can raid, your honour, sir." I have little doubt that they could, but in all probability, had either of those urchins thought he would be a penny the better by it, he would have professed, to a perfect stranger, that he had a knowledge of algebra. "Ease, sir, I do, thin," would very likely be his response to any such inquiry, and when told he could not possibly know anything about it, he would answer, "Ara, thin, but I didn't understand your honour." To the ragged schools is, in all probability, owing this extension of the ability to read. It appears that the attendance of the street children at the ragged school is most uncertain. As, indeed, must necessarily be the case where the whole time of the lad is devoted to obtaining a subsistence. From the best information I can collect, it appears that the average attendance of these boys at these schools does not exceed 2 hours per week, so that the amount of education thus acquired, if education it may be called, must necessarily be scanty in the extreme, and is frequently forgotten as soon as learned. With many of these little traders a natural shrewdness compensates in some measure for the deficiency of education, and enables them to carry on their variety of trades with readiness and dexterity, and sometimes with exactness. One boy with whom I had a conversation, told me that he never made any mistake about the coppers, although, as I subsequently discovered, he had no notion at all of arithmetic beyond the capability of counting how many pieces of coin he had, and how much copper money was required to make a tanner, or a bob. This boy vended coat studs. He had also some metal collars for dogs, or as he said, for cats ate her. These articles he purchased at the same shop in Houndsditch, where there was a wonderful lot of other things to be had, only some on them cost more money. In speaking of money, the slang phrases are constantly used by the street lads. Thus a sixpence is a tanner, a shilling a bob, or a hog, a crown is a bull, a half crown a half bull, and little, as a modern writer has remarked, do the persons using these phrases know of their remote and somewhat classical origin, which may, indeed, be traced to the period antecedent to that when monarchs monopolized the surface of coined money with their own images and superscriptions. They are identical with the very name of money among the early Romans, which was pecunia, from pecus, a flock. The collections of coin dealers amply show that the figure of a hog was anciently placed on a small silver coin, and that of a bull decorated larger ones of the same metal. These coins were frequently deeply crossed on the reverse. This was for the convenience of easily breaking them into two or more pieces, should the bargain for which they were employed require it, and the parties making it had no smaller change handy to complete the transaction. Thus we find that the half-bull of the itinerant street seller or traveler, so far from being a phrase of modern invention, as is generally supposed, is in point of fact referable to an era extremely remote. Numerous other instances might be given of the classical origin of many of the flash or slang words used by these people. I now give the answers I received from two boys. The first, his mother told me, was the best scholar at his school when he was there, and before he had to help her in street sale. He was a pale, and not at all forward boy, of 13 or 14, and did not appear much to admire being questioned. He had not been to a ragged school, but to an academy kept by an old man. He did not know what the weekly charge was, but when father was living, he died last autumn, the schoolmaster used to take it out in vegetables. Father was a costermonger. Mother minded all about his schooling, and master often said she behaved to him like a lady. God, this child told me, was our heavenly Father, and the maker of all things. He knew everything and everybody. He knew people's thoughts and every sin they committed if no one else knew it. His was the kingdom and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever, Amen. Jesus Christ was our Lord and Savior. He was the Son of God, and was crucified for our sins. He was a God himself. The child understood next to nothing of the doctrine of the Trinity, and I did not press him. The Scriptures, which were the Bible and Testament, were the Word of God, and contained nothing but what was good and true. If a boy lied, or stole, or committed sins, he said, he would be punished in the next world, which endured for ever and ever, Amen. It was only after death, when it was too late to repent, that people went to the next world. He attended chapel, sometimes. As to mundane matters, the boy told me that Victoria was Queen of Great Britain and Ireland. She was born May 24, 1819, and succeeded His late Majesty, King William IV, July 20, 1837. She was married to His Royal Highness Prince Albert, and France was a different country to this. He had heard there was no king or queen there, but didn't understand about it. You couldn't go to France by land, no more than you could to Ireland. Didn't know anything of the old times in history, hadn't been told. Had heard of the Battle of Waterloo, the English licked. Had heard of the Battle of Trafalgar, and of Lord Nelson, didn't know much about him, but there was his pillar at Charing Cross, just by the candlesticks, fountains. When I spoke of astronomy, the boy at once told me he knew nothing about it. He had heard that the earth went round the sun, but from what he'd noticed, shouldn't have thought it. He didn't think that the sun went round the earth, it seemed to go more sideways. Would like to read more, if he had time, but he had a few books, and there was hundreds not so well off as he was. I am far from undervaluing, indeed I would not indulge in an approach to a scoff, at the extent of this boy's knowledge. Many a man who piques himself on the plenitude of his breeches pocket, and who attributes his success in life to the fullness of his knowledge, knows no more of nature, man, and God, than this poor street child. Another boy, perhaps a few months older, gave me his notions of men and things. He was a thick-limbed, red-cheeked fellow. Answered very freely, and sometimes, when I could not help laughing at his replies, laughed loudly himself, as if he entered into the joke. Yes, he had heard of God who made the world. Couldn't exactly recollect when he'd heard on him, but he had, most sartin why. Didn't know when the world was made, or how anybody could do it. It must have taken a long time. It was afore his time, or yourn either, sir. Knew there was a book called the Bible, didn't know what it was about, didn't mind to know. Knew of such a book to a sartainty, because a young Oman took one to pawn, for an old Oman what was on the spree, a brand new one, but the cove wouldn't have it, and the old Oman said he might be d. Never heard tell on the deluge. Of the world having been drowned dead, it couldn't, for there wasn't water enough to do it. He weren't a-going to fret hisself for such things as that. Didn't know what happened to people after death, only that they was buried. Had seen a dead body laid out, was a little afeared at first, poor Dick looked so different, and when you touched his face, he was so cold. Oh, so cold. Had heerd on another world. Wouldn't mind if he was there hisself, if he could do better, for things was often queer here. Had heerd on it from a tailor, such a clever cove, a stunner, as went to Australia, and heerd him say he was going into another world. Had never heerd of France, but had heerd of Frenchmen, there wasn't half a quarter so many on them as of Italians, with their earrings like flash gowls. Didn't dislike foreigners, for he never saw none. What was they? Had heerd of Ireland. Didn't know where it was, but it couldn't be very far, or such lots wouldn't come from there to London. Should say they walked it, aye, every bit of the way, for he'd seen them come in, all covered with dust. Had heerd of people going to sea, and had seen the ships in the river, but didn't know nothing about it, for he was very seldom that way. The sun was made of fire, or it wouldn't make you feel so warm. The stars was fire, too, or they wouldn't shine. They didn't make it warm, they was too small. Didn't know any use they was of. Didn't know how far they was off, a jolly lot higher than the gas light some on them was. Was never in a church. Had heerd they worshipped God there, didn't know how it was done, had heerd singing and playing inside when he'd passed, never was there, for he hadn't no togs to go in, and wouldn't be let in among such swells as he had seen coming out. Was a ignorant chap, for he'd never been to school, but was up to many a move, and didn't do bad. Mother said he would make his fortin yet. Had heerd of the Duke of Wellington, he was old nosy. Didn't think he ever seed him, but had seed his statty. Hadn't heerd of the Battle of Waterloo, nor who it was atween, once lived in Weber Row, Waterloo Road. Thought he had heerd speak of Bonaparte, didn't know what he was. Thought he had heerd of Shakespeare, but didn't know whether he was alive or dead, and didn't care. A man with something like that name kept a dolly and did stunning, but he was sich a hard cove that if he was dead it wouldn't matter. Had seen the Queen, but didn't recollect her name just at the minute. Oh. Yes, Victoria and Albert. Had no notion what the Queen had to do. Should think she hadn't such power. He had first to ask me what power was, as the Lord Mayor, or as Mr. Norton as was the Lambeth Beak, and perhaps is still. Was never once before a beak and didn't want to. Hated the crushers. What business had they to interfere with him if he was only resting his basket in a street? Had been once to the Wick, and once to the Bower, liked tumbling better, he meant to have a little pleasure when the peas came in. The knowledge and the ignorance of these two striplings represent that of street children generally. Those who may have run away from a good school, or a better sort of home as far as means constitute such betterness, of course form exceptions. So do the utterly stupid. The morals, religion, and opinions of the street trading children are the next topic. Their business morals have been indicated in the course of my former statements, and in the general tone of the remarks and conversation of street sellers. As traders their morals may be lax enough. They give short weight, and they give short measure, they prick the juice out of oranges, and brush up old figs to declare they're new. Their silk braces are cotton, their buck-leather braces are wash-leather, their sponge is often rotten, and their salves and cures quackeries. Speak to any one of the quicker-witted street sellers on the subject, and though he may be unable to deny that his brother traders are guilty of these shortcomings, he will justify them all by the example of shopkeepers. One man, especially, with whom I have more than once conversed on the subject, broadly asserts that as a whole the streets are in all matters of business honester than the shops. It ain't we, runs the purport of his remarks, as makes coffee out of sham chicory, it ain't we as make cigars out of rhubarb leaves, we don't make duffers' handkerchiefs, nor weave cotton things and call them silk. If we quacks a bit, does we make fortunes by it as shopkeepers does with their ointments and pills? If we give slang weights, how many rich shopkeepers is fined for that there? And how many's never found out? And when one on M's fined, why he calculates how much he's into pocket, between what he's made by slanging, and what he's been fined, and on he goes again. He didn't know that there ever was short weight given in his shop, not he. No more do we at our stalls or barrows. Who adulterates the beer? Who makes old tea leaves into new? Who grinds rice among pepper? And as for smuggling, but nobody thinks there's any harm in buying smuggled things. What we does is like that pencil you re-writing with to a great tree, compared to what the rich people does. Oh, don't tell me, sir, a gentleman like you that sees so much of what's going on, must know we're better than the shopkeepers are. To remarks such as these I have nothing to answer. It would be idle to point out to such casuists, that the commission of one wrong can never justify another. The ignorant reverse the doctrine of right, and live, not by rule, but by example. I have unsparingly exposed the rogueries and trickeries of the street people, and it is but fair that one of them should be heard in explanation, if not in justification. The trade ethics of the adult street folk are also those of the juveniles, so on this subject I need dwell no longer. What I have said of the religion of the women street sellers applies with equal truth to the children. Their religious feelings are generally formed for them by their parents, especially their mothers. If the children have no such direction, then they have no religion. I did not question the street seller before quoted on this subject of the want of the Christian spirit among his fraternity, old or young, or he would at once have asked me, in substance, to tell him in what class of society the real Christian spirit was to be found. As to the opinions of the street children I can say little. For the most part they have formed no opinions of anything beyond what affects their daily struggles for bread. Of politics such children can know nothing. If they are anything, they are Chartists in feeling, and are in general honest haters of the police and of most constituted authorities, whom they often confound with the police officer. As to their opinions of the claims of friendship, and of the duty of assisting one another, I believe these children feel and understand nothing about such matters. The hard struggles of their lives, and the little sympathy they meet with, make them selfish. There may be companionship among them, but no friendship, and this applies, I think, alike to boys and girls. The boy's opinion of the girl seems to be that she is made to help him, or to supply gratification to his passions. There is yet a difficult inquiry, as to the opinions which are formed by the young females reared to a street life. I fear that those opinions are not, and cannot be powerfully swayed in favor of chastity, especially if the street girl have the quickness to perceive that marriage is not much honored among the most numerous body of street folk. If she have not the quickness to understand this, then her ignorance is in itself most dangerous to her virtue. She may hear, too, expressions of an opinion that going to church to be wed is only to put money into the clergyman's, or as these people say the parson's, pocket. Without the watchful care of the mother, the poor girl may form an illicit connection, with little or no knowledge that she is doing wrong. And perhaps a kind and indulgent mother may be herself but a concubine, feeling little respect for a ceremony she did not scruple to dispense with. To such opinions, however, the Irish furnish the exception. The dwelling places of the street children are in the same localities as I specified regarding the women. Those who reside with their parents or employers sleep usually in the same room with them, and sometimes in the same bed. Nearly the whole of those, however, who support themselves by street trade live, or rather sleep, in the lodging houses. It is the same with those who live by street vagrancy or begging, or by street theft. And for this lazy or dishonest class of children the worst description of lodging houses have the strongest attractions, as they meet continually with tramps from the country, and keep up a constant current of scheming and excitement. It seems somewhat curious that, considering the filth and noisomeness of some of these lodging houses, the children who are inmates suffer only the average extent of sickness and mortality common to the districts crammed with the poor. Perhaps it may be accounted for by the circumstance of their being early risers, and their being in the open air all day, so that they are fatigued at the close of the day, and their sleep is deep and unbroken. I was assured by a well-educated man, who was compelled to resort to such places, that he has seen children sleep most profoundly in a lodging-house throughout a loud and long-continued disturbance. Many street children who are either alone in the world, or afraid to return home after a bad day's sail, sleep in the markets or under the dry arches. There are many other lads who, being unable to pay the 1d, 2d, or 3d demanded, in prepayment, by the lodging-house keepers, pass the night in the streets, wherever shelter may be attainable. The number of outcast boys and girls who sleep in and about the produce of Covent Garden Market each night, especially during the summer months, has been computed variously, and no doubt differs according to circumstances. But those with whom I have spoken upon the subject, and who of all others are most likely to know, consider the average to be upwards of 200. The diet of the street children is in some cases an alternation of surfeit and inanition, more especially that of the stripling who is, on his own hook. If money be unexpectedly attained, a boy will gorge himself with such dainties as he loves. If he earn no money, he will fast all day patiently enough, perhaps drinking profusely of water. A cake seller told me that a little while before I saw him a lad of 12 or so had consumed a shilling's worth of cakes and pastry, as he had got a shilling by fiddling. Not, be it understood, by the exercise of any musical skill, for fiddling, among the initiated, means the holding of horses, or the performing of any odd jobs. Of these cakes and pastry, the cakes being from 2 to 12 a penny, and the pastry, tarts, and Coventry's, 3-cornered tarts, 2 a penny, the street urchins are very fond. To me they seem to possess no recommendation either to the nose or the palate. The strong flavor of these preparations is in all probability as grateful to the palate of an itinerant youth, as is the high gout of the grouse or the woodcock to the fashionable epicure. In this respect, as in others which I have pointed out, the extremes of society meet. These remarks apply far more to the male than to the female children. Some of the street boys will walk a considerable distance, when they are in funds, to buy pastry of the Jew boys in the Minories, Houndsditch, and Whitechapel. Those keen traders being reputed, and no doubt with truth, to supply the best cakes and pastry of any. A more staple article of diet, which yet partakes of the character of a dainty, is in great demand by the class I treat of, pudding. A halfpenny or a pennyworth of baked plum, boiled plum, or plum dough, currant or plum batter pudding studded with raisins, is often a dinner. This pudding is almost always bought in the shops. Indeed, in a street apparatus there could hardly be the necessary heat diffused over the surface required, and as I have told of a distance being travelled to buy pastry of the Jew boys, so is it traversed to buy pudding at the best shops. The proprietor of one of those shops, upon whom I called to make inquiries, told me that he sold about 300 pennyworths of pudding in a day. 2/3 of this quantity he sold to juveniles under 15 years of age. But he hadn't noticed particularly, and so could only guess. This man, when he understood the object of my inquiry, insisted upon my tasting his batter, which really was very good, and tasted, I do not know how otherwise to describe it, honest. His profits were not large, he said, and judging from the size and quality of his oblong halfpenny and pennyworths of batter pudding, I have no doubt he stated the fact. There's many a poor man and woman, he said, sir, and some that you would think from their appearance might go to an eating-house to dine, make a meal off my pudding, as well as the street little ones. The boys are often tiresome, master, they'll say, can't you give us a plummier bit than this, or, is it just up? I likes it ot, all ot. The baked tatter, from the street dealers can more frequently than from the shops, is another enjoyable portion of the street child's diet. Of the sale to the juvenile population of pickled whelks, stewed eels, oysters, boiled meat puddings, and other articles of street traffic, I have spoken under their respective heads. The Irish children who live with their parents fare as the parents fare. If very poor, or if bent upon saving for some purpose, their diet is tea and butter, or bread without butter. If not so very poor, still tea, and But sometimes with a little fish, and sometimes with a piece of meat on Sundays, but the Sunday's meat is more common among the poor English than the poor Irish street traders. Indeed, the English street traders generally live better than the Irish. The coster boys often fare well and abundantly. The children living in the lodging houses, I am informed, generally, partake only of such meals as they can procure abroad. Sometimes of a night they may partake of the cheap beef or mutton, purveyed by some inmate who has been lifting flesh, stealing meat, or sawney, bacon. Vegetables, excepting the baked potato, they rarely taste. Of animal food, perhaps, they partake more of bacon, and relish it the most. Drinking is not, from what I can learn, common among the street boys. The thieves are generally sober fellows, and of the others, when they are in luck, a half-pint of beer, to relish the bread and save-loy of the dinner, and a pennyworth of gin, to keep the cold out, are often the extent of the potations. The exceptions are among the ignorant coster lads, who when they have been prosperous in their bunts, drink, and ape the vices of men. The girls, I am told, are generally fonder of gin than the boys. Elder wine and ginger beer are less popular among children than they used to be. Many of the lads smoke. The amusements of the street children are such as I have described in my account of the costermongers, but in a moderate degree. As those who partake with the greatest zest of such amusements as the penny gaff, penny theatre, and the twopenny hop, dance, are more advanced in years. Many of the penny gaffs, however, since I last wrote on the subject, have been suppressed, and the twopenny hops are not half so frequent as they were 5 or 6 years back. The Jew boys of the streets play at draughts or dominoes in coffee shops which they frequent. In one in the London Road at which I had occasion to call were 8 of these urchins thus occupied. And they play for money or its equivalent, but these sedentary games obtain little among the other and more restless street lads. I believe that not one half of them know the cards, but they are fond of gambling at pitch and toss, for halfpennies or farthings. The clothing of the street children, however it may vary in texture, fashion, and color, has one pervading characteristic: it is never made for the wearers. The exceptions to this rule seem to be those, when a child has run away and retains, through good fortune or natural acuteness, the superior attire he wore before he made the choice, if choice he had, of a street life. And where the pride of a mother whose costermonger husband is getting on, clothes little Jack or Bill in a new Sunday suit. Even then the suit is more likely to be bought ready-made than made to measure, nor is it worn in business hours until the gloss of novelty has departed. The boys and girls wear every variety of clothing. It is often begged, but if bought is bought from the fusty stocks of old clothes in Petticoat and Rosemary lanes. These rags are worn by the children as long as they will hold, or can be tied or pinned together, and when they drop off from continued wear, from dirt, and from the ravages of vermin, the child sets his wits to work to procure more. One mode of obtaining a fresh supply is far less available than it was 3 or 4 years back. This was for the lads to denude themselves of their rags, and tearing them up in the casual ward of a workhouse, as it were compel the parish officers to provide them with fresh apparel. This mode may be successful in parts of the country still, but it is not so, or to a very limited extent, in town. The largest, and what was accounted by the vagrants the most liberal, of all the casual wards of the metropolitan workhouses, that of Marylebone, has been closed above 2 years. So numerous were the applicants for admission, and so popular among the vagrants was Marylebone workhouse, that a fever resulted, and attacked that large establishment. It was not uncommon for the Irish who trudged up from Liverpool, to be advised by some London vagrant whom they met, to go at once, when they reached the capital, to Marylebone workhouse. And that the Irishman might not forget a name that was new to him, his friendly adviser would write it down for him, and a troop of poor wretched Irish children, with parents as wretched, would go to Marylebone workhouse. And in their ignorance or simplicity, present the address which had been given to them, as if it were a regular order for admission. Boys have sometimes committed offences that they might get into prison, and as they contrived that their apparel should be unfit for purposes of decency, or perhaps their rags had become unfit to wear. They could not be sent naked into the streets again, and so had clothing given to them. A shirt will be worn by one of those wretched urchins, without washing, until it falls asunder, and many have no shirts. The girls are on the whole less ragged than the boys. The most disgusting parts of their persons or apparel, I speak here more of the vagrant or the mixed vagrant trading and selling girl, often a child prostitute, than of the regular street seller, the worst particular of these girls' appearance. I repeat, is in their foul and matted hair, which looks as if it would defy sponge, comb, and brush to purify it, and in the broken and filthy boots and stockings, which they seem never to button or to garter. The propensities of the street children are the last division of my inquiry, and an ample field is presented, alike for wonder, disgust, pity, hope, and regret. Perhaps the most remarkable characteristic of these wretched children is their extraordinary licentiousness. Nothing can well exceed the extreme animal fondness for the opposite sex which prevails amongst them. Some rather singular circumstances connected with this subject have come to my knowledge, and from these facts it would appear that the age of puberty, or something closely resembling it, may be attained at a much less numerical amount of years than that at which most writers upon the human species have hitherto fixed it. Probably such circumstances as the promiscuous sleeping together of both sexes, the example of the older persons indulging in the grossest immorality in the presence of the young, and the use of obscene expressions, may tend to produce or force an unnatural precocity, a precocity sure to undermine health and shorten life. Jealousy is another characteristic of these children, and perhaps less among the girls than the boys. Upon the most trivial offense in this respect, or on the suspicion of an offense, the gals are sure to be beaten cruelly and savagely by their chaps. This appears to be a very common case. The details of filthiness and of all uncleanness which I gave in a recent number as things of course in certain lodging houses, render it unnecessary to dwell longer upon the subject, and it is one from which I willingly turn to other matters. In addition to the licentious, the vagabond propensities of this class are very striking. As soon as the warm weather commences, boys and girls, but more especially boys, leave the town in shoals, traversing the country in every direction. Some furnished with trifling articles, such as I have already enumerated, to sell, and others to begging, lurking, or thieving. It is not the street sellers who so much resort to the tramp, as those who are devoid of the commonest notions of honesty. A quality these young vagrants sometimes respect when in fear of a jail, and the hard work with which such a place is identified in their minds, and to which, with the peculiar idiosyncrasy of a roving race, they have an insuperable objection. I have met with boys and girls, however, to whom a jail had no terrors, and to whom, when in prison, there was only one dread, and that a common one among the ignorant, whether with or without any sense of religion, superstition. I lay in prison of a night, sir, said a boy who was generally among the briskest of his class, and think I shall see things. The things represent the vague fears which many, not naturally stupid, but untaught or ill-taught persons, entertain in the dark. A girl, a perfect termagant in the breaking of windows and such like offences, told me something of the same kind. She spoke well of the treatment she experienced in prison, and seemed to have a liking for the matron and officials. Her conduct there was quiet and respectful. I believe she was not addicted to drink. Many of the girls, as well as the boys, of course trade as they tramp. They often sell, both in the country and in town, little necklaces, composed of red berries strung together upon thick thread, for dolls and children, but although I have asked several of them, I have never yet found one who collected the berries and made the necklaces themselves. Neither have I met with a single instance in which the girl vendors knew the name of the berries thus used, nor indeed even that they were berries. The invariable reply to my questions upon this point has been that they are called necklaces. That they are just as they sells them to us, that they don't know whether they are made or whether they grow, and in most cases, that they gets them in London, by Shoreditch. Although in one case a little brown-complexioned girl, with bright sparkling eyes, said that she got them from the gypsies. At first I fancied, from this child's appearance, that she was rather superior in intellect to most of her class. But I soon found that she was not a whit above the others, unless, indeed, it were in the possession of the quality of cunning. Some of the boys, on their country excursions, trade in dominoes. They carry a variety of boxes, each differing in size and varying accordingly in price. The lowest priced boxes are mostly 6D each, sometimes 4D, or even 3D, the highest ones. An informant told me that these boxes are charged to him at the rate of 20 to 25% less, but if, as is commonly the case, he could take a number at a time, he would have them at a smaller price still. They are very rudely made, and soon fall to pieces, unless handled with extreme care. Most of the boys who vend this article play at the game themselves, and with some skill. But in every case, I believe, there is a willingness to cheat, or take advantage, which is hardly disguised. One boy told me candidly that those who make the most money are considered to be the cleverest, whether by selling or cheating, or both, at the game, nor can it be said that this estimation of cleverness is peculiar to these children. At this season of the year great numbers of the street children attend the races in different parts of the country, more especially at those in the vicinity of a large town. The racecourse of Wolverhampton, for instance, is usually thronged with them during the period of the sport. While taking these peregrinations they sometimes sleep in the low lodging houses with which most of our provincial towns abound, frequently skipper it, in the open air, when the weather is fine and warm. And occasionally in barns or outhouses attached to farms and cottages. Sometimes they travel in couples, a boy and a girl, or two boys or two girls, but the latter is not so common a case as either of the former. It is rare that more than two may be met in company with each other, except, indeed, of a night, and then they usually herd together in numbers. The boys who carry dominoes sometimes, also, have a sheet of paper for sale, on which is rudely printed a representation of a draught board and men, the latter of which are of two colors, black and white, and may be cut out with a pair of scissors. Thus forming a ready means of playing a game so popular in rustic places. These sheets of paper are sold, if no more can be got for them, at a penny each. The boy who showed them to me said he gave a halfpenny a piece for them, or 6d. 4.15. He said he always bought them in London, and that he did not know any other place to get them at, nor had ever heard any talk of their being bought nowhere else. The extraordinary lasciviousness of this class which I have already mentioned, appears to continue to mark their character during their vagabondizing career in the country as fully as in town. Indeed, an informant, upon whom I think I may rely, says that the nightly scenes of youthful or even childish profligacy in the low lodging houses of the small provincial towns quite equal, even if they do not exceed, those which may be witnessed in the metropolis itself. Towards the approach of winter these children, like the vagrants of an older growth, advance towards London. Some remain in the larger towns, such as Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, Sheffield, and but the greater proportion appear to return to the metropolis, where they resume the life they had previously led, anything but improved in education, morals, manners, or social position generally, by their summer's excursion. The language spoken by this rambling class is peculiar in its construction. It consists of an odd medley of cockneyfied English, rude provincialisms, and a large proportion of the slang commonly used by gypsies and other travellers in conveying their ideas to those whom they wish to purchase their commodities. Among the propensities of the street boys I do not think that pugnacity, or a fondness, or even a great readiness, for fighting, is a predominant element. Gambling and thieving may be rife among a class of these poor wretches. And it may not unfrequently happen that force is resorted to by one boy bigger than another to obtain the halfpence of which the smaller child is known to be possessed. Thus quarrels among them are very frequent, but they rarely lead to fighting. Even in the full swing and fury of their jealousy, it does not appear that these boys attack the object of their suspicions, but prefer the less hazardous course of chastising the delinquent or unjustly suspected girl. The girls in the low lodging houses, I was told a little time since, by a woman who used to frequent them, sometimes, not often, scratched one another until the two had bloody faces. And they tried to bite one another now and then, but they seldom fought. What was this poor woman's notion of a fight between two girls, it may not be very easy to comprehend. The number of children out daily in the streets of London, employed in the various occupations I have named. Together with others which may possibly have been overlooked, including those who beg without offering any article for sale, those who will work as light porters, as errand boys and the like, for chance passengers, has been variously calculated. Probably nothing like exactitude can be hoped for, much less expected, in such a speculation, for when a government census has been so frequently found to fail in correctness of detail, it appears highly improbable that the number of those so uncertain in their places of resort and so migratory in their habits, can be ascertained with anything like a definite amount of certainty by a private individual. Taking the returns of accommodation afforded to these children in the casual wards of workhouses, refuges for the destitute and homeless poor, of the mendicity and other societies of a similar description, and those of our hospitals and jails, and these sources of information upon this subject can alone be confidently relied upon. And then taking into the calculation the additional numbers, who pass the night in the variety of ways I have already enumerated, I think it will be found that the number of boys and girls selling in the streets of this city, and often dependent upon their own exertions for the commonest necessaries of life, may be estimated at some thousands, but nearer 10,000 than 20,000. The consideration which I have devoted to this branch of my subject has been considerable, but still not, in my own opinion, commensurate to the importance of its nature. Steps ought most unquestionably to be taken to palliate the evils and miseries I have pointed out, even if a positive remedy be indeed impossible. Each year sees an increase of the numbers of street children to a very considerable extent, and the exact nature of their position may be thus briefly depicted. What little information they receive is obtained from the worst class, from cheats, vagabonds, and rogues. What little amusement they indulge in, springs from sources the most poisonous, the most fatal to happiness and welfare. What little they know of a home is necessarily associated with much that is vile and base. Their very means of existence, uncertain and precarious as it is to a great extent identified with petty chicanery, which is quickly communicated by one to the other. While their physical sufferings from cold, hunger, exposure to the weather, and other causes of a similar nature, are constant, and at times extremely severe. Thus every means by which a proper intelligence may be conveyed to their minds is either closed or at the least tainted, while every duct by which a bad description of knowledge may be infused is sedulously cultivated and enlarged. Parental instruction, the comforts of a home, however humble, the great moral truths upon which society itself rests, the influence of proper example, the power of education, the effect of useful amusement, are all denied to them or come to them so greatly vitiated, that they rather tend to increase, than to repress, the very evils they were intended to remedy. The costers invariably say that no persons under the age of 15 should be allowed by law to vend articles in the streets. The reason they give for this is, that the children under that period of life having fewer wants and requiring less money to live than those who are older, will sell at a less profit than it is fair to expect the articles sold should yield. And thus they tersely conclude, they prevents others living, and ruins theirselves. There probably is truth in this remark, and I must confess that, for the sake of the children themselves, I should have no objection to see the suggestion acted upon. And yet there immediately rises the plain yet startling question, in such a case, what is to become of the children? I now cite the histories of street lads belonging to the several classes above specified, as illustrations of the truth of the statements advanced concerning the children street sellers generally. Of children sent out as street sellers by their parents. Of the boys and girls who are sent out to sell in the streets by parents who are themselves street traders, I need say but little under this head. I have spoken of them, and given some of their statements in other divisions of this work. See the accounts of the coster boys and girls. When, as is the case with many of the costermongers, and with the Irish fruit sellers, the parents and children follow the same calling, they form one household, and work, as it were, into one another's hands. The father can buy a larger, and consequently a cheaper quantity. When he can avail himself of a subdivision of labor as inexpensive as that of his own family, whom he must maintain whether employed or unemployed, in order to vend such extra quantity. I have already noticed that in some families, as is common with rude tribes, costermongering seems an hereditary pursuit. And the frequent and constant employment of children in street traffic is one reason why this hereditary pursuit is perpetuated, for street commerce is thus at a very early age made part and parcel of the young coster's existence. And he very probably acquires a distaste for any other occupation, which may entail more of restraint and irksomeness. It is very rarely that a costermonger apprentices his son to any handicraft business, although a daughter may sometimes be placed in domestic service. The child is usually sent out to sell. There is another class of children who are sent out, as are the children of the costers, and sometimes with the same cheap and readily attained articles, oranges and lemons, nuts, chestnuts, onions, salt or fresh, herrings, winks, or shrimps, and more rarely with watercresses or cut flowers. Sometimes the young vendors offer small wares, leather bootlaces, coat studs, steel pens, or such like. These are often the children, not of street salespeople, but of persons in a measure connected with a street life, or some open-air pursuit. The children of cabmen deprived of their licenses, or of the hangers-on of cabmen. Of the supernumeraries, of the theatres who have irregular or no employment, or, as they would call it, engagement, with the unhappy consequence of irregular or no salary. The children, again, of street performers, or Ethiopians, or street musicians, are sent out to sell, as well as those of the poorer class of labourers connected with the river, ballast heavers, lumpers, and of Irish, bricklayers, labourers and paviours' assistants, of market porters and dock labourers, of coal heavers out of work, and of the helpers at coal wharfs, and at the other wharfs, of the Billingsgate roughs. And of the many classes of the labouring, rather than the artisan poor, whose earnings are uncertain, or insufficient, or have failed them altogether. With such classes as these, and more especially with the Irish, as soon as Pat or Biddy is big enough to carry a basket, and is of sufficiently ripened intellect to understand the relative value of coins, from a farthing to a shilling, he or she must do something to help, and that something is generally to sell in the streets. One poor woman who made a scanty living in working on corn sacks and bags, her infirmities sometimes preventing her working at all, sent out 3 children, together or separately, to sell lucifer matches or small wares. They like it, she said, and always want to be off into the streets, and when my husband, a labourer, was ill in the hospital, the few pence they brought in was very useful. But now he's well and at work again, and we want to send the eldest, she's 9, to school, but they all will go out to sell if they can get hold of any stock. I would never have sent them at all if I could have helped it, but if they made 6d a day among the 3 of them, perhaps it saved their lives when things were at the worst. If a poor woman, as in this instance, has not been used to street selling herself, there is always some neighbour to advise her what to purchase for her children's hawking, and instruct her where. From one little girl I had the following account. She was then selling bootlaces and offered them most perseveringly. She was turned 9, she said, and had sold things in the streets for 2 years past, but not regularly. The father got his living in the streets by playing. She seemed reluctant to talk about his avocation, but I found that he was sometimes a street musician, or street performer, and sometimes sung or recited in public houses, and having seen better days, had, it appears, communicated some feeling of dislike for his present pursuits to his daughter, so that I discontinued any allusion to the subject. The mother earned 2s, or 6d weekly, in shoe binding, when she had employment, which was 3 weeks out of 4, and a son of 13 earned what was sufficient to maintain him as an occasional assistant in a wholesale pottery, or rather pot shop. It's in the winter, sir, when things are far worst with us. Father can make very little then, but I don't know what he earns exactly at any time, and though mother has more work then, there's fire and candle to pay for. We were very badly off last winter, and worse, I think, the winter before. Father sometimes came home and had made nothing, and if mother had no work in hand we went to bed to save fire and candle, if it was ever so soon. Father would die afore he would let mother take as much as a loaf from the parish. I was sent out to sell nuts first, if it's only 1d. You make, mother said, it's a good piece of bread. I didn't mind being sent out. I knew children that sold things in the streets. Perhaps I liked it better than staying at home without a fire and with nothing to do, and if I went out I saw other children busy. No, I wasn't a bit frightened when I first started, not a bit. Some children, but they was such little things, said, "Oh, Liz, I wish I was you. I had 12 hopworths and sold them all. I don't know what it made, 2d. Most likely. I didn't crack a single nut myself. I was fond of them then, but I don't care for them now. I could do better if I went into public houses, but I'm only let go to Mr. Smith's, because he knows father, and Mrs. Smith and him recommends me and wouldn't let anybody mislest me. Nobody ever offered to. I hear people swear there sometimes, but it's not at me. I sell nuts to children in the streets, and laces to young women. I have sold nuts and oranges to soldiers. They never say anything rude to me, never. I was once in a great crowd, and was getting crushed, and there was a very tall soldier close by me, and he lifted me, basket and all, right up to his shoulder, and carried me clean out of the crowd. He had stripes on his arm. I shouldn't like you to be in such a trade, says he, if you was my child. He didn't say why he wouldn't like it. Perhaps because it was beginning to rain. Yes, we are far better off now. Father makes money. I don't go out in bad weather in the summer, in the winter, though, I must. I don't know what I make. I don't know what I shall be when I grow up. I can read a little. I've been to church 5 or 6 times in my life. I should go oftener, and so would mother, if we had clothes. I have no reason to suppose that in this case the father was an intemperate man, though some of the parents who thus send their children out are intemperate, and, loving to indulge in the idleness to which intemperance inclines them, are forced to live on the labor of their wives and children. Of a neglected child, a street seller. Of this class perhaps there is less to be said than of others. Drunken parents allow their children to run about the streets, and often to shift for themselves. If such parents have any sense of shame unextinguished by their continued besottedness, they may feel relieved by not having their children before their eyes, for the very sight of them is a reproach. And every rag about such helpless beings must carry its accusation to a mind not utterly callous. Among such children there is not, perhaps, that extreme pressure of wretchedness or of privation that there is among the orphans, or the utterly deserted. If a neglected child have to shift, wholly or partly, for itself, it is perhaps with the advantage of a shelter, for even the bare room of the drunkard is in some degree a shelter or roof. There is not the nightly need of 2d. For a bed, or the alternative of the Adelphi arches for nothing. I met with one little girl 10 or 11 years of age, whom some of the street sellers described to me as looking out for a job every now and then. She was small-featured and dark-eyed, and seemed intelligent. Her face and hands were brown as if from exposure to the weather, and a lack of soap, but her dress was not dirty. Her father she described as a builder, probably a bricklayer's laborer, but he could work, she said, at drains or such like. Mother's been dead a long time, the child continued, and father brought another woman home and told me to call her mother, but she soon went away. I works about the streets, but only when there's nothing to eat at home. Father gets drunk sometimes, but I think not so oft as he did, and then he lies in bed. No, sir, not all day, but he gets up and goes out and gets more drink, and comes back and goes to bed again. He never uses me badly. When he's drinking and has money, he gives me some now and then to get bread and butter with, or a halfpenny pudding. He never eats anything in the house when he's drinking, and he's a very quiet man. Sometimes he's laid in bed 2 or 3 days and nights at a time. I goes to school when father has money. We lives very well then. I've kept myself for a whole week. I mind people's stalls, if they're away a bit, and run for them if they're wanted. And I go errands. I've carried home flower pots for a lady. I've got a halfpenny on a day, and a penny, and some bread perhaps, and I've lived on that. I should like very well to have a pitch of my own. I think I should like that better than place. But I have a sister who has a place in the country, she's far older than I am, and perhaps I shall get one. But father's at work now, and he says he'll take the pledge. 5 or 6 times I've sold oranges, and ingans as well, and carried the money to Mrs., who gave me all I took above 4d. For myself. It could surprise no one if a child so neglected became so habituated to a street life, that she could not adapt herself to any other. I heard of other children thus or similarly neglected, but boys far more frequently than girls, who traded regularly in apples, oranges, and, on their own account. Some have become regular street sellers, and even in childhood have abandoned their homes and supported themselves. Of a hired coster boy. One shellfish seller, who has known street commerce and street folk for many years, thought, although he only hazarded an opinion, that there was less drinking among the young costers, and less swearing, than he had known in a preceding generation. A young coster boy living with his parents, who had a good business, told me that he would never be nothing but a general dealer, which among some of these people is the genteel designation for a costermonger, as long as he lived, unless. Indeed, he rose to a coal shed and a horse and cart. A consummation, perhaps with the addition of a green grocery, a fried fish, and a ginger beer trade, not unfrequently arrived at by the more prudent costermongers. This boy could neither read nor write. He had been sent to school, and flogged to school, he grinned as he told me, by his mother, who said his father wouldn't have been done so often by fine folks, when he sold grass, asparagus, and such things as cost money. If he could have kept count. But his father only laughed, and said nothing, when the boy cut away from school, which he did so continuously, that the schoolmaster at length declined the charge of the young coster's further education. This stripling, who was about 14, seemed very proud of a pair of good half-boots which his mother had bought him, and which he admired continually as he glanced at his feet. His parents, from his account, were indulgent, and when they got farthings in change or in any manner, kept them for him, and so he got treats, and smart things to wear now and then. We expects to do well, he said, for he used the we when he spoke of his parents' business, when it's peas and new potatoes, cheap enough to cry. It's my dodge to cry. I know a man as says, May month ought to be ashamed on itself, or things you'd a been hurlier. Last week I sung out, it was the same man's dodge, he put me up to it, here's your great exhibition mackerel. People laughed, but it weren't no great good. I've been to penny gaffs, but not this goodish bit. I likes the singing best as has a stunning chorus. There's been a deal of hard up lately among people as is general dealers. Things is getting better, I think, and they must. It wouldn't do at all if they didn't. It's no use your asking me about what I thinks of the Queen or them sort of people, for I knows nothing about them, and never goes among them. The hired boys, for the service of the costermongers, whether hired for the day, or more permanently, are very generally of the classes I have spoken of. When the new cut, Lambeth, was a great street market, every morning, during the height of the vegetable and fruit seasons, lads used to assemble in Hooper Street, Short Street, York Street, and, indeed, in all the smaller streets or courts, which run right and left from the 2 cuts. When the costermonger started thence, perhaps, by the first light, to market, these boys used to run up to his barrow, "Jew want me, Jack," or, "Want a boy, Bill," being their constant request. It is now the same, in the localities where the costermongers live, or where they keep their ponies, donkeys, and barrows, and whence they emerge to market. It is the same at Billingsgate and the other markets at which these traders make their wholesale purchases. Boys wait about these marts to be hired, or, as they may style it, to see if they're wanted. When hired, there is seldom any wage specified, the lad seeming always willing to depend upon the liberality of the costermonger, and often no doubt with an eye to the chances of bunts. A sharp lad thus engaged, who may acquit himself to a costermonger's liking, perhaps continue some time in the same man's employ. I may observe, that in this gathering, and for such a purpose, there is a resemblance to the simple proceedings of the old times, when around the market cross of the nearest town assembled the population who sought employment, whether in agricultural or household labor. In some parts of the north of England these gatherings are still held at the 2 half-yearly terms of May Day and Martinmas. A lad of 13 or 14, who did not look very strong, gave me the following account: "I helps, you see, sir, where I can, for mother, who sells sheep trotters, depends a deal on her trotters, but they're not great bread for an old woman. And there's me and Neddy to keep. Father's abroad and a sogger. Do I know he is? Mother says so, sir. I looks out every morning when the costermonger starts for the markets and wants boys for their barrows. I cried roots last, here's your musks, ha'penny each. Here's your all agro in and all a blo in dot. I got my grub and 3d. I takes the tin home. If there's a cabbage or 2 left, I've had it gov to me. I likes that work better nor school. I should think so. One sees life. Well, I don't know what one sees particular, but it's what people calls life. I was a week at school once. I has a toss-up sometimes when I has a odd copper for it. I aven't 'ad any riglar work as yet. I shall perhaps when it's real summer. Said, May 24th. This is the Queen's birthday, is it, sir? Very likely, but she's nothing to me. I can't read, in course not, after a week's schooling. Yes, I likes a show. Punch is stunning, but they might make more on the dog. I would if I was a Punch. Oh, I has tea, and bread and butter with mother, and gets grub as I jobs besides. I makes no bargain. If a cove's scaly, we gets to know him. I hopes to have a bar of my own some day, and perhaps a hass. Can I manage a hass? In course, and he don't want no grumman. I'd go to Hepsom then. I've never been yet, but I've been to Greenwich fairs. I don't know how I can get a bar and a hass, but I may have luck. Of an orphan boy, a street seller. From one of this class I had the following account. It may be observed that the lad's statement contains little of incident, or of novelty, but this is characteristic of many of his class. With many of them, it may indeed be said, one day certifieth another. It is often the same tale of labor and of poverty, day after day, so that the mere uniformity makes a youth half oblivious of the past. The months, or perhaps years, seem all alike. This boy seemed healthy, wore a suit of corduroy, evidently not made for him, and but little patched, although old, he was in good spirits. I believe I'm between 15 and 16, he said, and mother died more than 2 years ago, nearer 3, perhaps. Father had gone dead a long time afore, I don't remember him. I am inclined to think that this story of the death of the father is often told by the mother of an illegitimate child to her offspring, through a natural repugnance to reveal her shame to her child. I do not know, however, that it was the case in this instance. I don't remember about mother's funeral, for I was ill myself at the time. She worked with her needle, sometimes for a dressmaker, on skirts, and sometimes for a tailor, on flannels. She sometimes worked all night, but we was very badly off, we was so. She had only me. When mother died there was nothing left for me, but there was a good woman, she was a laundress and kept a mangle, and she said, well, here's a old basket and a few odd things. Give the kid the basket and turn the bits of old traps into money, and let him start on muffins, and then he must shift for hisself. So she took me to a shop and I was started in the muffin line. I didn't do so bad, but it's only a winter trade, isn't muffins. I sold creases next, no, not creases, cherries, yes, it was creases, and then cherries, for I remembers as how Hungerford was the first market I ever was at, it was so. Since then, I've sold apples, and oranges, and nuts, and chestnuts, but they was dear the last time as I had and spring garters a penny a pair, and glass pens, yes, and other things. I goes to market, mostly to Common Garden, and there's a man goes there what buys bushels and bushels, and he'll let me have any little lot reasonable, he will so. There's another will, but he ain't so good to a poor kid. Well, I doesn't know as, one trades better nor another, I think I've done as much in one as in another. But I've done better lately, I've sold more oranges, and I had a few sticks of rhubarb. I think times is mending, but others says that's on'y my luck. I sleeps with a boy as is younger nor I am, and pays 9d a week. Tom's father and mother, he's a coal heaver, but he's sometimes out of work, sleeps in the same room, but we has a good bed to ourselves. Tom's father knew my mother. There's on'y us four. Tom's father says sometimes if his rheumatics continues, he and all on 'em must go into the house. Most likely I should then go to a lodging house. I don't know that some on 'em's bad places. I've heard they was jolly. I has no amusements. Last year I helped a man one day, and he did so well on fruit, he did so, for he got such a early start, and so cheap, that he gave me 3d extra to go to the play with. I didn't go. I'd rather go to bed at 7 every night than anywhere else. I'm fond of sleep. I never wakes all night. I dreams now and then, but I never remembers a dream. I can't read or write, I wish I could, if it would help me on. I'm making 3s. 6d a week now, I think. Some weeks in winter I didn't make 2s. This boy, although an orphan at a tender age, was yet assisted to the commencement of a business by a friend. I met with another lad who was left under somewhat similar circumstances. The persons in the house where his mother had died were about to take him to the parish officers, and there seemed to be no other course to be pursued to save the child, then nearly 12, from starvation. The lad knew this and ran away. It was summer time, about 3 years ago, and the little runaway slept in the open air whenever he could find a quiet place. Want drove him to beg, and several days he subsisted on 1 penny which he begged. One day he did not find any one to give him even a halfpenny, and towards the evening of the second he became bold, or even desperate, from hunger. As if by a sudden impulse he went up to an old gentleman, walking slowly in Hyde Park, and said to him, "Sir, I've lived 3 weeks by begging, and I'm hungering now, give me 6 pence, or I'll go and steal." The gentleman stopped and looked at the boy, in whose tones there must have been truthfulness, and in whose face was no doubt starvation, for without uttering a word he gave the young applicant a shilling. The boy began a street seller's life on lucifer matches. I had to see him for another purpose a little while ago, and in the course of some conversation he told me of his start in the streets. I have no doubt he told the truth, and I should have given a more detailed account of him, but when I inquired for him, I found that he had gone to Epsom races to sell cards, and had not returned, having probably left London on a country tour. But for the old gentleman's bounty he would have stolen something, he declared, had it been only for the shelter of a prison. Of the life of an orphan girl, a street seller. Father was a whitesmith, she said, and mother used to go out washing cleaning, and me and my sister, but she is dead now, did nothing, we was sent to a day school, both of us. We lived very comfortable. We had 2 rooms and our own furniture. We didn't want for nothing when father was alive, he was very fond on us both, and was a kind man to everybody. He was took bad first when I was very young, it was consumption he had, and he was ill many years, about 5 years, I think it was, before he died. When he was gone mother kept us both, she had plenty of work. She couldn't bear the thought of our going into the streets for a living, and we was both too young to get a place anywhere, so we stayed at home and went to school just as when father was alive. My sister died about 2.5 years ago. She had the scarlet fever dreadful, she lay ill 7 weeks. We was both very fond of her, me and mother. I often wish she had been spared, I should not be alone in the world as I am now. We might have gone on together, but it is dreadful to be quite alone, and I often think now how well we could have done if she was alive. Mother has been dead just a year this month, she took cold at the washing and it went to her chest. She was only bad a fortnight, she suffered great pain, and, poor thing, she used to fret dreadful, as she lay ill, about me, for she knew she was going to leave me. She used to plan how I was to do when she was gone. She made me promise to try to get a place and keep from the streets if I could, for she seemed to dread them so much. When she was gone I was left in the world without a friend. I am quite alone, I have no relation at all, not a soul belonging to me. For 3 months I went about looking for a place, as long as my money lasted, for mother told me to sell our furniture to keep me and get me clothes. I could have got a place, but nobody would have me without a character, and I knew nobody to give me one. I tried very hard to get one, indeed I did, for I thought of all mother had said to me about going into the streets. At last, when my money was just gone, I met a young woman in the street, and I asked her to tell me where I could get a lodging. She told me to come with her, she would show me a respectable lodging house for women and girls. I went, and I have been there ever since. The women in the house advised me to take to flower selling, as I could get nothing else to do. One of the young women took me to market with her, and showed me how to bargain with the salesman for my flowers. At first, when I went out to sell, I felt so ashamed I could not ask anybody to buy of me. And many times went back at night with all my stock, without selling one bunch. The woman at the lodging house is very good to me, and when I have a bad day she will let my lodging go until I can pay her. She always gives me my dinner, and a good dinner it is, of a Sunday, and she will often give me a breakfast, when she knows I have no money to buy any. She is very kind, indeed, for she knows I am alone. I feel very thankful to her, I am sure, for all her goodness to me. During the summer months I take 1/6d per day, which is 6d profit. But I can only sell my flowers 5 days in the week. Mondays there is no flowers in the market, and of the 6d a day I pay 3d for lodging. I get a halfpenny worth of tea, a halfpenny worth of sugar, 1 pound of bread, 1/2d, butter, 1/2d. I never tastes meat but on Sunday. What I shall do in the winter I don't know. In the cold weather last year, when I could get no flowers, I was forced to live on my clothes. I have none left now but what I have on. What I shall do I don't know, I can't bear to think on it. Of 2 runaway street boys. I endeavored to find a boy or girl who belonged to the well-educated classes, had run away, and was now a street seller. I heard of boys of this class, one man thought he knew 5, and was sure of 4, who now lived by street selling, my informant believed without having any recourse to theft, but all these boys were absent. They had not returned from Epsom, or had not returned to their usual haunts, or else they had started for their summer's excursion into the country. Many a street seller becomes as weary of town after the winter as a member of Parliament who sits out a very long session, and the moment the weather is warm, and seems settled, they are off into the country. In this change of scene there is the feeling of independence, of freedom, they are not tied to their work, and this feeling has perhaps even greater charms for the child than the adult. The number of lads of a well-educated class, who support themselves by street selling, is not large. I speak of those whom I have classed as children under 15 years of age. If a boy run away, scared and terrified by the violence of a parent, or maddened by continuous and sometimes excessive severity, the parent often feels compunction, and I heard of persons being sent to every lodging house in London, and told to search every dry arch, to bring back a runaway. On these occasions the street sellers willingly give their aid. I have even heard of women, whose degradation was of the lowest, exerting themselves in the recovery of a runaway child, and that often unsolicited and as often unrecompensed. The children who are truants through their own vicious or reckless propensities, or through the inducements of their seniors, become far more frequently thieves or lurkers, rather than street sellers. As to runaway girls of a well-educated class, and under 15, I heard of none who were street sellers. I now give instances of 2 runaway lads, who have been dishonest and honest. The one, when he told me his history, was a slim and rather tall young man of 23 or 24, with a look, speech, and air, anything but vulgar. He was the son of a wealthy jeweller, in a town in the west of England, and ran away from home with an adult member of his father's establishment, who first suggested such a course, taking with them money and valuables. They came to London, and the elder thief, retaining all the stolen property, at once abandoned the child, then only 10, and little and young looking for his age. He fell into the hands of some members of the swell mob, and became extremely serviceable to them. He was dressed like a gentleman's son, and was innocent-looking and handsome. His appearance, when I saw him, showed that this must have been the case as regards his looks. He lived with some of the swell mobsmen, then a more prosperous people than they are now, in a good house in the Southwark Bridge Road. The women who resided with the mob's men were especially kind to him. He was well fed, well lodged, well clad, and petted in everything. He was called the Kid, a common slang name for a child, but he was the Kid. He went to work in Regent Street, or wherever there were most ladies, and his appearance disarmed suspicion. He was, moreover, highly successful in church and chapel practice. At length he became spotted. The police got to know him, and he was apprehended, tried, and convicted. He was, however, he believed through the interest of his friends, of whose inquiries concerning him he had heard, but of that I know nothing, sent to the philanthropic asylum, then in St. George's Road. Here he remained the usual time, then left the place well clothed, and with a sum of money, and endeavored to obtain some permanent employment. In this endeavor he failed. Whether he exerted himself strenuously or not I cannot say, but he told me that the very circumstance of his having been in the philanthropic was fatal to his success. His character and recommendations necessarily showed where he had come from, and the young man, as he then was, became a beggar. His chief practice was in screeving or writing on the pavement. Perhaps some of my readers may remember having noticed a wretched-looking youth who hung over the words, "I am starving," chalked on the footway on the Surrey side of Waterloo Bridge. He lay huddled in a heap, and appeared half dead with cold and want, his shirtless neck and shoulders being visible through the rents in his thin jean jacket, shoe or stocking he did not wear. This was the rich jeweller's son. Until he himself told me of it, and he seemed to do so with some sense of shame, I could not have believed that the well-spoken and well-looking youth before me was the piteous object I had observed by the bridge. What he is doing now I am unable to state. Another boy, who thought he was not yet 15, though he looked older, gave me the following account. He was short but seemed strong, and his career, so far, is chiefly remarkable for his perseverance, exercised as much, perhaps, from insensibility as from any other quality. He was sufficiently stupid. If he had parents living, he said, he didn't know nothing about them. He had lived and slept with an old woman who said she was his grandmother, and he'd been told that she weren't no relation. He didn't trouble himself about it. She sold lucifer boxes or any trifle in the streets, and had an allowance of 2s weekly, but from what quarter he did not know. About 4 years ago he was run over by a cab, and was carried to the workhouse or the hospital. He believed it was Clerkenwell workhouse, but he weren't sure. When he recovered and was discharged he found the old woman was dead, and a neighbour went with him to the parish officers, by whom, as well as I could understand him, he was sent to the workhouse, after some inquiry. He was soon removed to Norwood. On my asking if he meant Norwood, he replied, no, Norwood, and there he was with a number of other children with a Mr. Horban. He did not know how long he was there, and he didn't know as he had anything much to complain of, but he ran away. He ran away because he thought he would, and he believed he could get work at paper staining. He made his way to Smithfield, near where there was a great paper stainer's, but he could not get any work, and he was threatened to be sent back, as they knew from his dress that he had run away. He slept in Smithfield courts and alleys, fitting himself into any covered corner he could find. The poor women about were kind to him, and gave him pieces of bread. Some knew that he had run away from a workhouse and was all the kinder. The fust Browns iver I yarned, he said, was from a drover. He was a-going into the country to meet some beasts, and had to carry some parcels for somebody down there. They wasn't heavy, but they was orkard to grip. His old Oman luck out for a young cove to help her old man, and saw me fust, so she calls me, and I gets the job. I give the greatest of satisfaction, and had sixpence give me, for Jim, the drover, was well paid, as they was valuable parcels, and he said he'd taken the greatest of care on 'em, and had engaged a poor lad to help him. On his return the child slept in a bed, in a house near Gray's Inn Lane, for the first time since he had run away, he believed about a fortnight. He persevered in looking out for odd jobs, without ever stealing, though he met some boys who told him he was a fool not to prig. I used to carry his tea from his old home on, he went on, to a old cove as had a stunning pitch of fruit in the city road. But my best friend was Stumpy, he had a beautiful crossin', as a sweeper, then, but he's dead now and buried as well. I used to talk to him and whistle, I can just whistle, here he whistled loud and shrill, to convince me of his perfection in that street accomplishment, and to dance him the double shuffle, he favored me with a specimen of that dance. And he said I hinterest him. Well, he meant he liked it, I suppose. When he went to rest hisself, for he soon got tired, over his drop of beer to his grub, I had his crossin', and his broom for nuffen. One boy used to say to Stumpy, I'll give you 1d. For your crossin', while you's grubbin'. But I had it for nuffen, and had all I yarned, sometimes 1d, sometimes 2d, but only once 3½ I've been helping old Bill with his summer cabbages and flowers, cauliflowers, and now he's on live heels. I can sing out prime, but you eared me. I has my bit grub with him, and a few browns, and old Bill and young Bill, too, says I shall have better to do, but I can't until peas. I sleeps in a loft with Ampers, which is old Bill's. A stunning good bed. I've cried for and helped other costers. Stumpy sent me to I think he'd been one hisself, but I was always on the lookout. I'll go for some buns soon. I don't know what I shall do time to come, I never thinks on it. I could read middlin', and can a little now, but I'm out of practice. I have given this little fellow's statement somewhat fully, for I believe he is a type of the most numerous class of runaway urchins who ripen, so to speak, into costermongers, after helping that large body of street traders. I heard of one boy who had been discharged from Brixton, and had received 6d. To begin the world with, as it was his first offence, on his way back to London, being called upon suddenly as soon as he had reached the New Cut, then the greatest of all the street markets, to help a costermonger. This gave the boy a start, and he had since lived honestly. Of the capital and income of the street sellers of manufactured articles. Before giving a summary of the capital and income of the above-mentioned class, I shall endeavour to arrive at some notion as to the number of persons belonging to this division of the London street sellers. As far as I am able to ascertain, the following estimate may be taken as an approximation to the truth. There are in the metropolis 100 hardware sellers, 6 cheap johns, 30 sellers of cutlery, 6 sellers of tailor's needles, 20 sellers of metal spoons, 500 sellers of jewellery, 2 sellers of card counters, 15 sellers of medals, 6 sellers of rings and sovereigns for a wager, 25 sellers of children's gilt watches, 100 sellers of tinware, 100 swag barrowmen, 12 sellers of dog collars, and 40 sellers of tools, 380 sellers of crockery and glasswares, 12 sellers of spar ornaments, 30 sellers of china ornaments, 6 sellers of stone fruit, 120 packmen and duffers or hawkers of soft wares, 500 sellers of tapes, cottons, and 100 sellers of lace, 15 sellers of Japan table covers, 500 brace and belt sellers, 50 sellers of hose, 3 sellers of waistcoats, 230 sellers of blacking, 125 sellers of black lead, 5 sellers of French polish, 7 sellers of grease-removing composition, 4 sellers of plating balls, 8 sellers of corn salve, 4 sellers of china and glass cement, 6 sellers of razor paste, 55 sellers of crackers and detonating balls, 200 sellers of lucifer matches, 100 sellers of cigar lights, 30 sellers of gutta-percha heads, 50 sellers of flypapers and beetle wafers, 25 sellers of poison for rats, 35 sellers of walking sticks, 30 sellers of whips, 4 sellers of clay and meerschaum pipes, 15 sellers of tobacco boxes, snuff boxes, and cigar cases, 100 sellers of cigars, 50 sellers of sponge, 200 sellers of wash leathers, 35 sellers of spectacles, and eyeglasses, 50 sellers of dolls, 50 lot sellers, 2 sellers of roulette tables. 4 sellers of rhubarb, 100 rat catchers, 50 sellers of combs, 50 sellers of money bags, 70 sellers of coat studs. Making altogether a total of 4,272. Some few of the above trades are, however, of only a temporary character. As, for instance, such as are engaged in the street sale of crackers and detonating balls, the month of November and the Christmas week being the only regular periods, with the exception of fairs and races, for the vending of those articles. The fly papers and beetle wafers are other instances of the same kind, summer being the only season in which there is a demand for such things. Making due allowance therefore for the temporary character of some of the callings, as well as for the itinerancy and unsettledness of other trades or traders, we may, I think, safely assume that the street sellers connected with this class are about 4,000 in number. Concerning the amount of capital invested in this branch of the street traffic as well as the income derived therefrom, the following tables are given as being somewhat near the truth. Metal. Street sellers of hardware. £s.d. Stock money for 100 vendors at tens. Each 5,000. Cheap Johns. 6 carts 30l. Each, and stock money for the same, 50l. Each 48,000. Street sellers of cutlery. Stock money for 30 vendors at ones. 6d each 250. Blind street sellers of tailor's needles. 6 boxes at ones. 6d each, stock money for 6 vendors at twos. Each 110. Street sellers of metal spoons, and at public houses. Stock money for 20 vendors at twos. 6d each 2100. Street sellers of jewelry. 500 boxes at threes. 6d each. Stock money for 500 vendors at 15ths. Each 462100. Street sellers of card counters, metals, and 17 boxes at threes. Each, stock money for 17 vendors at twos. 6d each 4136. Street sellers of rings and sovereigns for wagers. Stock money for 6 vendors at twos. 6d. Each 0150. Street sellers of children's gilt watches. Stock money for 25 vendors at fives. Each 650. Street sellers of tinware. 50 stalls, at threes. Each, stock money for 100 vendors, averaging SXS. Each 37100. Street swag barrowman. 100 barrows, at 1L. Each. Stock money for 150 swag barrowmen, at tens. Each 17500. Street sellers of dog collars, keyrings, and 6 stalls, at threes. Each, stock money for 12 vendors, at fives. Each 3180. Street sellers of tools. 6 stalls, at threes. Each. Stock money for 40 vendors, at tens. Each 20180. Crockery and glass. Street sellers of crockery and glasswares. 100 barrows, at 1L. Each, 280 baskets, at twos. 6d each, 280 linen bags, at ones. 6d each, stock money for 380 vendors, at tens. Each 34600. Street sellers of spar and china ornaments, and stone fruit. 16 barrows, at 1L. Each, stock money for 12 vendors of spar ornaments, at 15ths. Each, 16 baskets, at twos. 6d each, 16 stalls, at threes. Each. Stock money for 6 vendors of stone fruit, at tens. each, and 20 roulette tables, at 2s. 6d each, stock money for 30 sellers of china ornaments, at 5s. Each 42.80. Textile. Packmen and duffers, or hawkers of soft wares. 120 wrappers, at 2s. Each. Stock money for 120 hawkers, at 5l. Each 61200. Street sellers of small ware, or tapes, cottons, and 500 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 500 vendors, at 1s. Each 62100. Street sellers of lace. 20 baskets, at 2s. 6d each, 20 boxes, at 3s. Each. 60 stalls, at 3s. Each, stock money for 100 vendors, averaging 2s. 6d each 2700. Street sellers of Japan table covers. Stock money for 15 sellers, at 10s. Each 7100. Street sellers of braces and belts, hose, trouser straps, and waistcoats. 100 stalls, at 4s. Each, 300 rods, with hooks to hang the braces upon, at 3d. Each, stock money for 500 brace sellers, at 5s. Each 148150. Street sellers of hose. Stock money for 50 vendors, at 10s. Each 2500. Street sellers of waistcoats. Stock money for 3 vendors, at 15s. Each 250. Chemicals. Street sellers of blacking. 200 boxes, at 6d. Each, 30 bags, at 1s. Each, stock money for 230 vendors, averaging 2s. Each 29100. Street sellers of black lead. Stock money for 125 vendors, at 1s. Each 650. Street sellers of French Polish. 5 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 5 vendors, at 2s. 6d each 100. Street sellers of grease-removing composition. 7 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 7 vendors, at 1s. 6d. Each 110. Street sellers of plating balls. 4 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 4 vendors, at 1s. Each 0100. Street sellers of corn salve. 8 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 8 vendors, at 6d. Each 0160. Street sellers of glass and china cement. 4 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 4 vendors, at 6d. Each 080. Street sellers of razor paste. 6 trays, at 2s. Each, stock money for 6 vendors, at 1s. Each 0180. Street sellers of crackers and detonating balls. 55 trays, at 2s. Each, stock money for 55 vendors, at 1s. 6d each 9126. Street sellers of lucifer matches. 200 boxes, at 6d. Each, stock money for 200 vendors, at 6d. Each 1000. Street sellers of cigar lights. Stock money for 100 vendors, at 6d. Each 2100. Street sellers of gutta percha heads. 30 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 30 vendors, at 1s. Each 3150. Street sellers of flypapers and beetle wafers. Stock money for 50 vendors, at 1s. Each 2100. Street sellers of poison for rats. Stock money for 25 vendors, at 2s. 6d each 326. Miscellaneous. Street sellers of walking sticks. Stock money for 35 vendors, at 5s. Each 81.50. Street sellers of whips. Stock money for 30 vendors, at 15s. Each 22100. Street sellers of pipes, tobacco. Stock money for 4 vendors, at 5s. Each 100. Street sellers of snuff boxes, tobacco boxes, and 15 stalls, at 4s. Each, stock money for 15 vendors, at 10s. Each 10100. Street sellers of cigars. Stock money for 100 vendors, at 10s. Each 5,000. Street sellers of sponge. 50 baskets, at 1s. Each, stock money for 50 vendors, at 5s. Each 1,500. Street sellers of wash leathers. Stock money for 200 vendors, at 2s. 6d. Each 2,500. Street sellers of spectacles and eyeglasses. Stock money for 35 vendors, at 5s. Each 81.50. Street sellers of dolls. 20 stalls, at 4s. Each, 30 baskets, at 3s. 6d each, stock money for 50 vendors, at 10s. Each 34.50. Street lot sellers. 50 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 50 sellers, at 2s. 6d each 1,000. Street sellers of roulette boxes. 2 baskets, at 3s. 6d, stock money for 2 vendors, at 1l. Each 270. Street sellers of rhubarb and spice. 4 boxes, at 6s. Each. Stock money for 4 vendors, at 10s. Each 340. Rat catchers. 20 belts, at 3s. 6d each, 25 cages, at 1s. Each, 25 pair of ferrets, at 2s. 6d, per pair, keep for 25 pair of ferrets, at 4d. Per pair weekly 85.10. Street sellers of combs. 50 stalls, at 3s. Each, 50 boxes, at 3s. 6d each, stock money for 50 vendors, at 2s. 6d each 22100. Street sellers of money bags. Stock money for 50 vendors, at 2s. Each 500. Street sellers of coat studs. 70 boxes, at 1s. 6d each, stock money for 70 vendors, at 2s. 6d each 1,400. Total amount of capital 2,833,134. Income of the street sellers of manufactured articles. Metal. Street sellers of hardware. There are at present 100 hardware sellers, trading in London, and half of them, I am assured, may be said to take on an average from 20s to 25s, weekly the year through, a quarter take 15s, and the remaining quarter from 7s. 6d to 10s. Calculating an average receipt of 15s. Each per week, throughout the entire class, men, women, and children, we find there is annually expended in street-sold hardwares 390,000. Cheap Johns. If we calculate that there are 6 cheap Johns in London throughout the year, and that they each take 4l per day for 9 months in the year, or 24l per week, this amounts to about 5,000l in 9 months. Say that during the winter or the remaining 13 weeks of the year, their receipts are 15l each per week, this amounts to upwards of 1,000l additional, thus making a gross annual outlay with these dealers of 6,000,000. Street sellers of cutlery. Reckoning there are 30 men who are engaged regularly in the sale of cutlery, and that the average takings of each are about 15s weekly, this gives a yearly expenditure in the street trade of cutlery 17,000. Blind street sellers of tailor's needles. There are now 6 men engaged in selling needles at the several tailors' shops, and calculating their average daily receipts to be 2s. 6d or 15s. A week each, we find that the annual takings of the whole are 23400. Street sellers of metal spoons in public houses. From the best information I can arrive at, the number of metal spoon hawkers is 20, each of whom take upon an average 16s. Weekly, thus showing a yearly expenditure in the street sale of spoons of 83200. Street sellers of jewelry. I am informed that there are at present 500 persons engaged in the street sale of jewelry, and calculating a weekly profit of 10s. 6d. And a receipt of 18s. Per individual, we find expended in the street trade 23,400. Street sellers of card counters. If there be, on the year's average, only 2 street sellers disposing of jacks and earning 9s a week, to earn which the receipts will be about 20s, we find expended in the streets on these trifles annually 10400. Street sellers of metals. An intelligent man, familiar with the trade, and who was in the habit of clubbing his stock money with 2 others, so that they might buy a gross of metals at a time, calculated that 15 metal sellers were engaged in the traffic the year through, and earned, upon metals alone, 6d. a day each, to clear which they must take a success. 6d, weekly, giving a yearly outlay of 253100. Street sellers of rings and sovereigns for a wager. One of this class, who is, up to all the dodges of the trade, informed me that there were only 6 men working the rings and sovereigns now in the streets, and that the average takings of each might be about 12s. Weekly, thus showing a yearly expenditure of 18740. Street sellers of children's gilt watches. Calculating that 25 persons now vend watches for 12 weeks in the year and that each clears 8s. Weekly, taking 24s. We find yearly expended in London streets on these toy watches 36,000. Street sellers of tinware. If we calculate an average receipt, per individual, of 10s. Weekly, we find, reckoning 100 sellers, a yearly expenditure on tins, bought in the street, of 260,000. Swag barrowmen. Calculating that 100 of these traders are, the year round, in London, some are absent all the summer at country fairs, and on any favourable opportunity, and that each takes 2l. Weekly, we find thus expended in the streets of London, in a year, no less than 40,000. Sellers of dog collars, keyrings, and reckoning 12s. Weekly taken by 12 men, there is expended yearly in the streets upon dog collars 37400. Street sellers of tools. There are at present 40 men engaged in selling tools throughout the metropolis, and they each average about 15s. Weekly. This gives a yearly outlay of 156,000. Street sellers of crockery and glasswares. According to the best calculation there are 380 vendors of crockery and glasswares, and the average takings of each may be said to amount to 10s. Weekly, so giving an annual expenditure in the streets of 988,000. Street sellers of spar ornaments. In this trade I am informed that there are now 12 men, 9 of whom are assisted by their wives, and that in the summer months there are 18. Their profits are about 15s per week on an average of the whole year. What amount of money may be expended by the public in the street purchase of spars, I am unable definitely to state, so much being done in the way of barter. But assuming that there are 14 sellers throughout the year, and that their profits are cent per cent, there would appear to be laid out in the streets every year on these articles, about 100,000. Street sellers of china ornaments. There are, I am informed, about 30 persons in this trade. If we calculate the receipts at 10s. Weekly, a low average considering the success of some of the raffles, we find yearly expended in the streets in these ornamental productions 78,000. Street sellers of stone fruit. Supposing that there are 6 persons selling stone fruit in the streets through the year, and that each earns 9s. Weekly, one man said sevens. 6d was the limit of his weekly profits, we find 140l. Received as profit on these articles, and calculating the gains at 33%, an outlay of 42,000. Textile. Packmen and duffers, or hawkers of soft wares. I am told by a London hawker of soft goods that the number of his craft, hawking London and its vicinity, as far as he can judge, is about 120. In this number are included the Irish linen hawkers. I am also informed that the fair trader's profits amount to about 20%, while those of the not over particular trader range from 80 to 200%. In a fair way of business it is said the hawker's takings will amount, upon an average, to 7l. Or 8l. Per week, whereas the receipts of the duffer, or unfair hawker, will sometimes reach to 50l. Per week, at 7l. Per week each, the gross takings will amount to 68,000. Street sellers of small ware, or tapes, cottons, laces, and From the best data at my command, I believe there are not fewer than 500 individuals selling these wares in London. Their weekly receipts do not appear to average more than a success. Each, hence the expenditure on these articles will amount to 80,000. Street sellers of lace. 100 persons in this trade may be said each to take tens. 6d, weekly, the profit being about cent. Per cent, hence the annual sum expended in the streets in lace and similar commodities is 73,000. Street sellers of Japan table covers. Calculating that 15 street sellers each take 25s. Weekly the year round, one half being the profit, including their advantages in bartering and raffling, we find there is expended yearly upon Japan table covers, bought in the streets 97500. Street sellers of braces and belts. 500 brace sellers are said to clear fives a week each on those articles alone, and estimating the profit at 33%, it shows a street expenditure of 196l. And calculating 1/8 less for belts, we find that the annual outlay in the streets on braces and belts is 47,000. Street sellers of hose. A few pairs of women's stockings are hawked by women, and sold to servant maids. But the trade in these goods, I am informed, including all classes of sellers, of whom there may be 50, does not exceed, notwithstanding the universality of the ware, the receipt of a success. Weekly per individual, with a profit of from 1s. 4d, to 2s. Thus there is an aggregate expenditure yearly of 80,000. Street sellers of waistcoats. There are sometimes no waistcoat sellers at all, but generally 2, and not unfrequently 3. The profits of these men are 1s. On a bad, and 2s. 6d on a good day. As, at intervals, the street sellers dispose of a sleeve waistcoat with sleeves, at from 4s. 6d to success, we may estimate the average earnings in the trade at 5s. Per market day, or 10s. In the week. Assuming their profits to be 33%, this shows an annual outlay of 31200. Chemical. Street sellers of blacking. There are at present 230 vendors of blacking in the London streets. 210 of these sell cake and liquid blacking, each taking a success. Weekly, while the 20 others work the muse with a superior kind of blacking, taking 15s. Each, thus there is a yearly expenditure in the sale of blacking in the streets of 4,05600. Street sellers of black lead. There are, I am informed, 100 to 150 persons selling and hawking black lead in the streets. It may be estimated that they take 4s. Each weekly, the adults selling other small articles with the black lead. Thus we find, averaging the number of sellers at 125, that there is expended yearly in the street sale of this article 30,000. Street sellers of French Polish. The French Polish sellers, I am assured by a man familiar with the business, take 2s. A day each, the 2s. Leaves a profit of 10d. The street expenditure is, therefore, reckoning 5 regular sellers, annually 15600. Street sellers of grease-removing composition. Calculating that 7 grease removers carry on the sale of the article 3 days each week, and clear ones. 6d, per day, we find a yearly expenditure on this commodity equal to 81180. Street sellers of plating balls. Reckoning that 4 men are engaged in selling plating balls 3 days in each week, and that each take 2s a day, we find there is an annual outlay on the sale of this article of 6280. Street sellers of corn salve. Calculating that 8 of these traders take 10s weekly, we find there is expended in the streets on this salve 20800. Street sellers of glass and china cement. There are at present 4 men vending this article in the streets of London, and if each seller take 5s weekly, of which 4s may be profit, we find there is expended yearly by street customers in this cement 5200. Street sellers of razor paste. Calculating that 6 men work the metropolis daily, taking 2s each per day, with 1s 2d, profit, we find the amount of the street outlay to be upwards of 18700. Street sellers of crackers and detonating balls. I am assured that for a few days last November, from 50 to 60 men and women were selling crackers in the streets. The most intelligent man that I met with, acquainted, as he called it, with all the ins and outs of the trade, calculated that during the month of November and at Christmas, 100l. at least was expended in the streets in these combustibles, and another 100l. at other times of the year, thus giving altogether a yearly outlay of 20,000. Street sellers of lucifer matches. Supposing that each of the 200 traders take, on lucifers alone, but 4s weekly, selling 9 dozen, with a profit to the seller of from 1s 9d to 2s 6d. We find on lucifer matches bought in the streets an annual outlay of 208,000. Street sellers of cigar lights or fusees. It will, I believe, be accurate to state that in the streets there are generally 100 persons subsisting, or endeavoring to subsist, on the sale of fusees alone. It may be estimated also that each of these traders averages a receipt of 10d a day, with a profit exceeding 6d, so that the sum yearly laid out in the streets in this way amounts to 130,000. Street sellers of gutta-percha heads, and there are at present, I am informed, 30 persons selling gutta-percha heads in the streets, some of them confining their business solely to those articles. Their average receipts, I am assured, do not exceed 5s a week each, for, though some may take 15s a week, others, and generally the stationary head sellers, do not take 1s. The profit to the street retailer is 1/3 of his receipts. From this calculation it appears, that if the present rate of sale continue, the sum spent yearly in these street toys is 39,000. Street sellers of flypapers and beetle wafers. Last summer, I was informed, there were 50 or 60 persons selling flypapers and beetle wafers in the streets, some of them boys, and all of them of the general class of street sellers, who take to any trade for which 1s suffices as capital. Their average earnings may be estimated at 2s 6d a day, about 1/2 being profit. This gives a street outlay, for a season of 10 weeks, of 37500. Street sellers of poison for rats. Calculating 25 sellers of rat poison, and each taking on an average 1s daily for the sale of their article, we find that the sum annually expended upon this commodity amounts to 39,000. Miscellaneous. Street sellers of walking sticks. For 12 weeks of the year there are, I am told, every day 35 stick sellers, each taking, on an average, 30s a week, with a profit, individually, of about 12s. We find thus that the sum expended yearly in walking sticks in the streets is 63,000. Street sellers of whips, and averaging that 30 whip sellers take 25s each weekly, with profits of from 5s to 10s. In London alone, we find that the yearly sum expended in the streets in whips amounts to 195,000. Street sellers of pipes, tobacco. If we calculate that 4 persons sell pipes daily the year through, taking each 25s and clearing 10s, we find the yearly sum expended upon the hawkers' pipes amounts to 26,000. Street sellers of snuff boxes, tobacco boxes, and reckoning that 15 persons trading on snuff and tobacco and cigar boxes take 18s weekly, clearing 7s or 8s. We find the sum thus expended annually amounts to 70200. Street sellers of cigars. Reckoning the number of vendors of cigars at 100, and the average takings of each to be 20s weekly, we have a yearly outlay of 20,000. Street sellers of sponge. Calculating, then, that only 50 persons, and so allowing for irregularities in the trade, vend sponge daily, and that each takes 15s weekly, some taking 25s, and others but 5s. With about half profit on the whole, the common sponge is often from 200 to 300% profit, we find the outlay to be 195,000. Street sellers of wash leather. There are, I am assured, 100 individuals selling little or nothing else but wash leather in London, for these traders are found in all the suburbs, and that they respectively take 10s weekly with a profit of from 4s to 5s. There are, also, 100 other persons selling them occasionally, along with other goods, and as they vend the higher-priced articles, they probably receive nearly an equal amount. Hence it would appear that there is annually expended in the streets in this purchase, upwards of 5,000,000. Street sellers of spectacles and eyeglasses. It may be estimated, I am assured that there are 35 men who vend these articles daily, taking 15s a week, with a profit of 10s, the yearly expenditure being thus 136,500. Street sellers of dolls. There are, at least, at this time of year, when the fairs are coming on, 50 doll hawkers, who vend nothing else. Say that each of these sell 1 dozen dolls per day, and that their average price is 4d each, that is just 10l a day, and 60l per week. In the winter time so many are not sold, but I have no doubt that 50l S worth of dolls are sold each week throughout the year by London hawkers alone, hence the annual outlay on street dolls would be close upon 300,000. Street lot sellers. It may be estimated that 50 men carry on this trade. Each of these may take 13s weekly, with a profit of 7s 6d, so showing the annual street outlay to be 169,000. Street sellers of roulette tables. Calculating the 2 sellers of roulette tables take 30s each weekly, we find the annual outlay amounts to 15600. Street sellers of rhubarb. Reckoning 4 street sellers of rhubarb and spice each taking 18s weekly, we find the sum annually spent in the sale of these articles to be upwards of 18700. Rat catchers. There are, I am told, 100 rat catchers resorting, at intervals, to London, but only a fourth of that number can be estimated as carrying on their labours regularly in town. Their average earnings, I am assured, do not exceed 15s a week. Thus there is a yearly expenditure of 97500. Street sellers of combs. From the best information I have gained, there are 50 persons who sell nothing but combs, the average takings of each are 9s a week, showing the yearly outlay in the streets on these articles to be 117,000. Street sellers of money bags. There are at present 50 persons consisting of men, women, and children vending money bags in the streets of London, each taking on an average 1s 6d daily, or 9s per week, and so giving a yearly expenditure of 117,000. Street sellers of coat studs. There are, I am informed, no less than 70 persons, consisting of men, women, and children. These, I am told, take upon an average 15s a week each, their usual profits being cent per cent. Thus we find a yearly outlay on studs bought in the streets of £273,000. Total amount of income £188, 18900. Errata. Page 5, line 45, second column, for 9,350 read 8,850. 6, line 39, first column, for 34,209 read 28,506. Line 43, for between 30 and 40,000 read between 25 and 30,000. 11, number of markets Surrey side, for 664 read 764. Number of markets Middlesex side, for 3,137 read 3,147. First line, second column, for 3,801 read 3,911, and for 102 read 105. 26, line 50, first column, for 75L. Read 67L. 10s, line 53, for 525L. Read 405L, line 57, 4. 6, 300L read 4 860L. 30, line 25, 4 2L. Each read 2L. 56, line 27, for 24, 135L. Read 23 775L. Line 28, for upwards read very nearly. Line 50, for 14 000L. Read 9 750L. Line 54, for 6 500L. Read 130L. Line 58, for 22 550L. Read 17 400L. Line 36, second column, for between 1 250 000L. And 1 500 000L. Read 1 040 000L. 63, line 13, for £5,040,000, read £4,940,000. Line 27, for 147 million read 49,750,000. Line 36, for 24,300 read 22,067. Line 38, for 32,400 read 33,696. 69, line 38, for 263,281,000 read 263,261,000. 80, line 11, for 16,450 read 37,650. Line 14, for 171,000 read 175,000. Line 15, for 108,000 read 112,000. Line 16, for 24,000 read 26,800. Line 28, for 16,817,000 read 18,017,000. Line 31, for 221,100 read 221,200. Line 39, for 94,000 read 104,400. Line 41, for 32,900 read 37,900. 95, line 37, first column, for 6,270 read 6,240. Line 43, first column, for 1,960 read 1,950. Line 48, first column, for 15,300 read 15,200. Line 16, second column, for 333,420 read 332,400. 96, line 3, first column, for 333,420 read 332,400. Line 5, first column, for 292,000 read 292,240. Line 6, first column, for 626,420 read 625,640. Line 6, second column, for 2,087,270. Read 2,086,490. 122, table, middle column, line 12, for 524,000. Read 525,000. Table, middle column, line 21, for 524,000. Read 525,000. Table, middle column, line 22, for 1,464,000. Read 1,465,000. 130, line 4, second column, for 160. Read 166. 139, line 12, second column, for 123,360. Read 129,360. 142, line 46, second column, for 575. Read 525. 144, line 7, first column, for 150,000. Read 150,768. Line 33, first column, 450. Read 60. Last line, first column, 42867L. Read 2877L. Line 9, second column, 41183L. Read 1883L. Line 11, second column, 42774L. Read 2474L. Line 32, second column, for 210. Read 160. Line 33, second column, 41667L. Read 1617L. 158, line 17, second column, for 13949L. Read 13950L. Line 20, second column, for 520. Read 572. Line 21, second column, for 28,504. Read 28,557. 163, line 4, second column, for 19,448. Read 21,910. Line 24, second column, for 12,102. Read 14,586. 171, line 13, second column, for 3031L. 11s, read 3033L. SXS, 8D. 195, line 39, first column, 41452L. Read 780L. 197, line 13, first column, 43000L. Read 1040L. 203, line 12, first column, 4300. Read 100. 218, line 61, first column, for because. Read although. Line 63, first column, for no. Read an utter want of. Line 51, second column, for flummet. Read flummoxed. 325, line 48, second column, for 780L. Read 3900L. 329, line 43, second column, for 3500. Read 13500. Line 45, second column, for 700. Read 2700. Line 46, second column, for 25,000. Read 20,700. Line 47, second column, for 250. Read 207. 340, line 57, second column, for vicapitated. Read incapacitated. 347, line 41, second column, for 23,410. Read 23,400. 370, line 15, second column, for store. Read stone. 377, in the table of hawkers and pedlars for England, Wales, and Scotland, the total for Wales is placed below the islands in the British seas, but should stand above it. 388, line 43, first column, for 2,600. Read 2,730. 392, last line, second column, for 384,400. Read 1,872,000. 393, line 2, first column, for 3,120. Read 3,900. Line 5, first column, for 4,680 read 3,900. For 27, line 9, first column, for 1,250 read 1,300. For 40, line 9, first column, for 2,340 read 1,950. For 41, line 55, first column, for 692 read 702. For 43, line 39, second column, for 1,850 read 1,950. For 49, line 58, first column, for 1,190 read 1,690. Index. Arts, fine, street sellers of. Capital and income of. Art, street. Author and poet, street, experience of. Ballad minstrelsy in the streets, ancient and modern. Ballads, street, on a subject. Back numbers, street sale of. Beggar street sellers. Beggar street seller. Statement of A. Beetle wafers, street sellers of. Billingsgate, description of. Billingsgate market, quantity and weight of fish sold in. Blacking and blacklead, street sellers of. Blind street seller of bootlaces. Blind female street seller of small wares. Blind street seller of tailor's needles. Blind bootlace seller, life of. Book auctioneers, street. Booksellers, street. Booksellers, street, experience of. Books sold in the streets. Character of. Books, memorandum, and almanacs, street sale of. Books, pocket, and diaries, street sale of. Books, song, street sale of. Books, children's, street sale of. Books, guide, street sale of. Books, account, street sale of. Boot and stay laces, street sellers of. Boys of the costermongers and their bunts. Braces, belts, hose, trouser straps, and waistcoats, street sellers of. Bread, street sale of. Broadsheets, street sellers of. Buns, hot cross and Chelsea. Street sellers of. Butter, cheese, and eggs. Cake, street sellers of. Cakes and tarts, street sellers of. Cards, engraved, street sellers of. Cards, gelatin, street sellers of. Cards, playing, street sellers of. Cards, race, and lists of races, street sellers of. Cards, shorthand, street sellers of. Card counters, medals, and street sellers of. Cats and dogs meat, street sellers of. Cement for glass and china, street sellers of. Chaunters, experience of. Cheap John, or street handsellers. Cheap John, life of A. Chemical articles of manufacture, street sellers of. Chickweed and ground sell, street sellers of. Children in low lodging houses. Children, causes which influence them to take to a street career. Children as street sellers sent out by parents. Christmasing, laurel, ivy, holly, and mistletoe. Street sellers of. Cigar lights or fusees, street sellers of. Cigars, street sellers of. Cocks, and coffee stall keepers. Comic exhibitions, magical delusions, and street sellers of. Conundrums, street sellers of. Conveyances of costermongers and other street folk. Corn salve, street sellers of. Costermongers, ancient calling of. Costermongers and other street folk, number of. Costermongers, capital of. Costermongers, capital and income of. Costermongers, children, education of. Costermongers, cries, rounds, and days of. Costermongers, diet and drink of. Costermongers, donkeys of. Costermongers, dress of. Costermongers, earnings of. Costermongers, education of. Costermongers, gambling of. Costermongers, habits and amusements of. Costermongers, homes of. Costermongers, honesty of. Costermongers, juvenile trading of. Costermongers, language of. Costermongers, literature of. Costermongers, markets and trade rights of. Costermongers, marriage and concubinage of. Costermongers, nicknames of. Costermongers, obsolete cries of. Costermongers, politics of. Costermongers, providence and improvidence of. Costermongers, raffles of. Costermongers, religion of. Costermongers, removal from streets of. Costermongers, tricks of. Costermongers, uneducated state of. Costermongering mechanics. Costermongers and thieves. Costermongers and thieves in bad weather and during the cholera. Costermongers and thieves on their country rounds. Costermongers and thieves, the more provident. Costermongers and thieves, economically considered. Coster boy, hired. Coster girls. Coster girl, life of a. Coster lad, life of a. Coster lad, education of. Cough drops and medical confectionery, street sellers of. Country lodging houses. Crackers and detonating balls, street sellers of. Crippled seller of nutmeg graters. Crockery and glassware, street sellers of. Covent Garden Market. Curds and whey, street sale of. Cutlery, street sellers of. Death and fire hunters. Dog collars, street sellers of. Dog collar seller. Life of a. Dolls, street sellers of. Drinkables, street sale of. Duffers, or hawkers of pretended smuggled goods. Eatables and drinkables, street sellers of. Eatables and drinkables, capital and income of, street sellers of. Eatables and drinkables, sums spent yearly upon. Elder wine, hot, street sellers of. Engravings in umbrellas, street sellers of. Female street sellers, localities in which they reside. Female street sellers, education, state of. Female street sellers, diet of. Fish, kind and quality of sold in London. Fish season of the costermongers. Fish, annually sold in the streets of London, gross value of. Fish, dry, selling in the street. Fish, fruit, and vegetables. Stationary street sellers of. Fish, street sellers of. Flower girls, London. Flower girls, life of. Flower girls, to orphan. Flower roots, shrubs, and trees, quantity sold in the streets. Flowers, buyers of those sold in the streets. Flowers, cut and in pots, trees, shrubs, roots, seeds, and branches, street sellers of. Flowers in pots, roots, street sale of. Flowers, cut, quantity of sold in streets. Flowers, trees, shrubs. Table showing quantity of sold wholesale at markets and retail in the streets. Flypapers, street sellers of. Forestalling markets and Billingsgate bummeries. French polish, sellers of. Fried fish, sellers of. Fried fish, preparation of. Fried fish seller, experience and customers of. Fruit, green, selling in the streets. Fruit stall keepers. Fruit and vegetable season of costermongers. Fruit and vegetables sold annually in London streets, gross value of. Fruit. Street sellers of. Fruit, kind and quantity of sold in the London streets. Fruit, homegrown, quantity sold in metropolitan markets, and proportion sold retail in streets. Fruit, foreign. Fruit, dry. Gallows, literature of the streets. Game, rabbits, and poultry, sold in the streets. Game hawker, experience of. Ginger beer seller, experience of. Ginger beer, sherbet, and lemonade, street sale of. Gingerbread nuts, street sellers of. Grease-removing compositions. Street sellers of. Green stuff, street sellers of. Gutta-percha heads, street sellers of. Haberdashery swag shops. Ham sandwich seller, experience of. Ham sandwich, street sellers of. Hawkers, peddlers, and petty chapmen. Hawking butcher. Experience of. Hot eels and pea soup man, experience of. Hot eels and green pea seller, experience of. Hot eels and green peas, street sellers of. House of Lords, a street sellers defunct club. Ices and ice creams, street sellers of. Indecent, sham, street trade. Irish, causes which made them turn costermongers. Irish, lodging houses for immigrants. Irish, refuse, sellers. Irish, street diet, drink, and expense of living among. Irish, education, literature, amusements. And politics of. Irish, how they displanted the street Jews in the orange trade. Irish, houses of. Irish, history of some of the sellers. Irish, religion of. Irish, resources of as regards stock, money, sickness, burials, and Irish, street. Irish woman street seller, an. Jeweler street sellers. Lace, street sellers of. Lace makers appeal. Lavender, street sale of. Literature, street sellers of. Literature, street sellers of, capital and income of. London. Children street sellers of. Lot sellers. Low lodging houses of London. Low lodging houses of the country. Low lodging houses, filth, dishonesty, and immorality of. Lucifer matches, street sellers of. Manufactured articles, street sellers of. Manufactured articles, capital and income of. Manufactured articles in metal, street sellers of. Manuscript and other music. Markets, the London street, on a Saturday night. Markets, the London street, on a Sunday morning. May, palm, and street sale of. Mechanic's wife, a street seller. Milk selling in St. James's Park. Milk, street sale of. Miscellaneous manufactured articles, street sellers of. Muffin and crumpet selling in the streets. Newspapers, books, and sale of at railway stations. Nut selling in streets. Orphan girl, life of. Orphan boy street seller. Onion selling in the streets. Orange and lemon selling in the streets. Orange and nut market. Oyster selling in the streets. Packman. Statement of A. Packmen or hawkers of soft wares. Pastry and confectionery, street sellers of. Patterers, abodes, tricks, marriage, and characteristics of the different grades of. Patterers, benefit society of. Patterers. Former and present state of. Patterers, habits, opinions, morals, and religion of. Patterers, running. Patterers, running, experience of. Patterers, running, recent experience of. Patterers, standing. Patterers, standing, experience of. Pattering class, epitome of. Pea soup and hot eels, street sellers of. Peddler jeweler. Penny gaff. Peppermint water, street sale of. Periodicals, pamphlets, tracts, books, and street sellers of. Periodicals on the steamboats and steamboat piers, sale of. Periwinkle selling in the streets. Pickpocket, statement of a young. Pictures in frames, street selling of. Pieman, street. Pinners up, or wall song sellers. Pipes, street sellers of. Plantain sellers. Playbills, street sellers of. Plum, duff or dough, street sellers of. Poets and authors, street. Poison for rats. Political litanies, dialogues, and pot herbs and celery. Potatoes, baked, street trade in. Poultry and game, street purchasers of. Poultry hawkers, statement of two. Poultry, live and dead, game, rabbits, butter, cheese, and eggs, street sellers of. Poultry, live, and game. Street sale of. Prostitute, statement of A. Public house hawkers of metal spoons. Publishers and authors of street literature. Puddings, boiled, street seller of. Rabbit selling in the streets. Razor paste, street sellers of. Reduced gentlewoman and a reduced tradesman, as street sellers of stationery. Religious tract sellers. Rhubarb and spice, street sellers of. Rice milk, street sellers of. Rings and sovereigns for wagers, street sellers of. Roasted chestnuts and apples. Roulette boxes, street sellers of. Runaway street boys, 2. Screevers, or writers of begging letters and petitions. Second editions, sellers of. Seeds, sale of. Sheepstrotter seller, statement of A. Sheepstrotters, street sellers of. Sheepstrotters, preparation of, and quantity sold. Shellfish sellers in the streets. Shrimp selling. Single woman street seller, A. Slang, weights and measures. Small ware, street sellers of. Smithfield races. Snuff boxes, street sellers of. Song sellers, long. Songs, street sellers of. Spar, china ornaments, and stone fruit, street sellers of. Spectacle and eyeglasses, street sellers of. Sponge, street sellers of. Sprats selling in the streets. Stationery, literature, and fine arts, street seller of. Stationery, street sellers of. Stationers, street, and street card sellers. Stationers, street, experience of. Stationers, street. Capital and income of. Stalls, street, character of. Stalls, street, number of. Sticks, walking, street sellers of. Strawing. Street children, amusements of. Street children, clothing of. Street children, diet of. Street children. Dwelling places of. Street children, education of. Street children, morals, religion, opinions of. Street children, propensities of. Street folk in general and costermongers in particular, varieties of. Street seller, neglected child. Street sellers, public meeting of. Swag barrowman. Swag shops of the metropolis. Sweet stuff, street sellers and customers of. Sweet stuff, street sale of. Table covers, japanned, street sellers of. Tally pack men. Tea, hawking of. Textile fabrics, street sellers of. Thieves, meeting of. Tinware, street sellers of. Tinware, seller, life of. Tobacco boxes, street sellers of. Tools, street sellers of. Trees and shrubs, street sale of. Trotting or hawking butchers. Turf cutting and selling. Turf cutter, experience and customers of. Vegetables, street sale of. Vegetables, aristocratic sale of. Vic Gallery. Wandering tribes of this country. Wandering tribes in general. Wash leathers, street sellers of. Waste newspapers at Billingsgate, sale of. Watches, children's gilt, street sellers of. Water carriers. Watercress selling in Farringdon Market. Watercresses, tables showing the quantity sold wholesale at green markets. And retail in the streets. Watercresses, street sellers of. Watercress girl. Whelks, pickled, street sellers of. Whelks, pickled, purchasers of. Whips, street sellers of. Widow, street seller, A. Women street sellers. Footnotes. Costermongers dry their own sprats. The half-bushel measure at Billingsgate is double quantity, or, more correctly, a bushel. The above fruits are not all home-grown. The currants, I am informed, are 1/15 foreign. The foreign, tender, fruit being sent to the markets, it is impossible to obtain separate returns. A common sale of strawberries in the markets is rounds. I have, however, given the quantity thus sold less technically, and in the measures most familiar to the general public. The cabbages, turnips, and are brought in loads to the great wholesale markets, a load varying from 150 to 200 dozen, but being more frequently nearer 200, and not unfrequently to fully that amount. Not to perplex my reader with too great a multiplicity of figures in a tabular arrangement, I have given the quantity of individual articles in a load, without specifying it. In the smaller market, for vegetables, of Portman, the cabbages, and are not conveyed in wagons, as to the other markets, but in carts containing generally 60 dozens. The numbers here given do not include the shrubs, roots, and bought by the hawkers at the nursery gardens. These totals include the supplies sent to the other markets. I inquired as to what was meant by the reproachful appellation, horrid horn, and my informant declared that, to the best of his hearing, those were the words used. But doubtless the word was "O madhound," signifying in the Erse tongue, a half-witted fellow. My informant had often sold fruit to the same lad, and said he had little of the brogue, or of old Irish words, unless his temper was riz, and then it came out powerful. The hot-hill trade being in conjunction with the pea soup, the same stall, candles, towels, sleeves, and aprons do for both. There are altogether 500 vendors of lemonade in the streets, but 300 of these sell also ginger beer, and consequently do not have separate stalls, and the street sellers of rice milk are included in the street sellers of curds and whey. Hence the stalls, saucepans, cups, and of the two classes are the same. I may here observe that I have rarely heard tradesmen dealing in the same wares as street sellers, described by those street sellers by any other term than that of shopkeepers. This is evidently a rude copy of Lawrence's picture of George IV. This originally was an illustration to Thumpem the Drummer, in one of Fairbairn's songbooks. Transcriber's note. Transcribed from the 1967 reprinting of the 1865 edition. Errata printed before the index have been incorporated into the text. In the mobile version of this file, the table on page 80 has been adapted for smaller screens. The following additional apparent errors have been corrected. P.I. 466, changed to 468. Page 2, potato, changed to potato. Page 2, strange, changed to strange. Page 6, the metropolis, changed to the metropolis. P. 17, among the, changed to among the. Page 24, singularly, changed to singularity. Page 24, dirty women, changed to dirty women. Page 25, them, changed to them. Page 25, read, changed to read. Page 26, noblesse, changed to noblesse. P. 27, ounce, changed to ounce. Page 28, other n, changed to other on. Page 44, life, changed to life. Page 47, drawing room, changed to drawing room. Page 54, by, changed to by. Page 54, round, changed to round. Page 55, cent, changed to cent. Page 56, cent, changed to cent. Page 64, mark opens, changed to market opens. Page 68, my customers, changed to my customers. Page 71, fool, changed to fool. Page 71, accounts, changed to accounts. Page 72, them. To, changed to, them to. P. 79, thoroughfares, changed to thoroughfares. Page 80, junks, changed to junks. Page 80, note, multiplicity, changed to multiplicity. Page 81, the streets, changed to the streets. Page 85, cherry stones, changed to cherry stones. P. 85, soldiers, changed to soldiers. Page 88, however, changed to however. Page 91, general dealer, changed to general dealer. Page 93, nothing, changed to nothing. Page 96, total, changed to total. Page 99, potato, changed to potato. P. 100, continued to, changed to, continued, to. Page 103, the moral, changed to, the moral. Page 103, a street, changed to, a street. Page 106, priest. We, changed to, priest. We. Page 108, for e, changed to, I've. Page 108, of she, changed to, of the. P. 110, preferring, changed to, proffering. Page 112, Jan, changed to, January. Page 118, cent, changed to, cent. Page 122, in IHE, changed to, in the. Page 122, London, changed to, London. Page 122, ones, changed to, ones. P. 131, 1/6, changed to, 1/6. Page 132, backworks, changed to, backwards. Page 137, cent, changed to, cent. Page 144, cut flowers, changed to, cut flowers. Page 152, receipts, changed to, receipts. Page 158, he shops, changed to, the shops. P. 158, 660, 000, changed to, 660,000. Page 158, were, more, changed to, were more. Page 160, minsical, changed to, musical. Page 165, give, changed to, give. Page 170, beautiful, changed to, beautiful. Page 174, money, changed to, money. P. 175, trade as, changed to, trade, as. Page 176, 6D, changed to, 6D. Page 176, flat, changed to, flat. Page 176, giblets, changed to, giblets. Page 178, comfort, changed to, comfort. Page 188, I, changed to, I. P. 188, ginger beer, changed to, ginger beer. Page 192, fives, changed to, fives. Page 194, ones, changed to, ones. Page 195, one, changed to, one. Page 203, scarcely, changed to, scarcely. Page 204, possessed, changed to, possessed. P. 204, everything, changed to, everything. Page 206, thirteenths, changed to, thirteenths. Page 206, splitter, changed to, splutter. Page 207, note, powerful, changed to, powerful. Page 214, apocryphal, changed to, apocryphal. Page 216, mocketh. Changed to, mocketh. Page 216, offer, changed to, offer. Page 217, shilling, changed to, shilling. Page 221, the gay, changed to, the gay. Page 226, most, changed to, most. Page 228, Haina, changed to, Haina. P. 229, fellows, changed to, fellows. Page 229, last, changed to, last. Page 230, I was, changed to, I was. Page 233, ascertained, changed to, ascertained. Page 236, of, changed to, of. Page 237, cade, changed to, queen. P. 237, to, changed to, to. Page 237, m, changed to, m. Page 238, known of, changed to, known of. Page 247, and, changed to, and. Page 248, life, changed to, life. Page 248, past, change to past. Page 248, scran, change to scran. P. 250, a foreigner, change to a foreigner. Page 258, unprincipled, changed to unprincipled. Page 258, backer, changed to backer. Page 262, gauge, changed to gauge. Page 265, town, changed to town. Page 266, earning, changed to earning. P. 268, or them, changed to for them. Page 275, grammacry, changed to grammacry. Page 276, lummy, changed to lummy. Page 277, born, changed to born. Page 277, him, changed to him. Page 281, concerned, changed to concerned. P. 282, by brother, changed to my brother. Page 283, while, changed to which. Page 283, which, changed to while. Page 284, death, changed to death. Page 287, procession, changed to procession. P. 287, ridiculously, small, changed to ridiculously small. Page 288, familiar, changed to familiar. Page 293, Rosellas, changed to Rasselas. Page 293, Tom Jones, changed to Tom Jones. Page 294, companion, changed to companion. P. 299, stationer, changed to stationer. Page 308, enk, changed to enk. Page 309, children's, changed to children's. Page 309, candle shades, changed to candle shades. Page 312, God Save the Queen, changed to God Save the Queen. P. 315, physician, changed to physician. Page 315, good weight, changed to good weight. Page 316, expected, changed to expected. Page 330, foot, changed to foot. Page 330, lip, changed to lip. Page 339, else, changed to else. P. 340, can't get, changed to can get. Page 349, them, changed to them. Page 350, tolerably, changed to tolerable. Page 355, 6D, changed to 6D. Page 356, Charing Cross, changed to Charing Cross. Page 359, though, changed to though. P. 364, patry, changed to party. Page 364, Nottingham, changed to Nottingham. Page 364, unworkmanlike, changed to unworkmanlike. Page 376, many has, changed to many as. Page 377, Blanf, changed to Banff. Page 378, profit, changed to profit. P. 381, but, changed to but. Page 384, taxed, changed to taxed. Page 389, to, changed to. Page 391, waistcoat, changed to waistcoat. Page 392, drag, on, changed to drag on. Page 399, of me, changed to of me. P. 400, I think, changed to I think. Page 402, blind, changed to blind. Page 415, out and out, changed to out and out. Page 418, cards, changed to cards. Page 418, can't, changed to can't. Page 424, the re, changed to there. P. 426, Day and Martin, changed to Day and Martin. Page 430, street seller, changed to street sellers. Page 431, I saw, changed to I saw. Page 433, offers, changed to offers. Page 433, sir, changed to sir. P. 435, gutta percha, changed to gutta percha. Page 435, individual, changed to individual. Page 436, 1/2 D, changed to 1/2 D. Page 436, hider, changed to higher. Page 437, neighborhood, changed to neighborhood. Page 438, fifteenths, changed to fifteenths. P. 443, emptied, changed to emptied. Page 444, that it, changed to then it. Page 450, warmint, changed to warmint. Page 456, twos, changed to twos. Page 464, of us, changed to of us. Page 467, there was, changed to, there was. Page 473, hog. Changed to hog. Page 490, amount, changed to amount. Page 491, 525, changed to 525. Page 491, 18,017,000, changed to 18,017,000. Page 493, parents, changed to parents. Page 494, 111, changed to 111. Page 494, clothing of. Changed to clothing of. Page 494, country, 1, changed to country, 2. Page 494, general, 2, changed to general, 1. The index entries for flower girls, 2 orphan, and water carriers were misplaced and have been moved. Inconsistent or archaic spelling, capitalization and punctuation have otherwise been kept as printed.